So here we are, everyone. Hopefully, you can hear us for episode number 11 of Photo Talk. And we have some distinguished guests that have decided to show up on this half hour later than normal
And us.
stream. So we got Roy and David and Wayne, and hopefully we'll get a few more people that show up. Hello, Ted. Art Bear's here. Rakesh is here. And so it's good. We'll see who we get popping in here and saying hello. And I'm sure I threw everyone off their game here by starting a half hour later.
Good for them.
And yeah, everybody's saying, "Hey, I got to have a cup of coffee to start off the evening."
I say I love your extinguished guests.
Yeah, well, sometimes the conversation gets going and we feel like we're on fire and we got to put each other out, We have to be careful.
Good evening, Rakesh.
Yeah. Albert, hello, Albert. How you doing? And Jim, aka Real Nikon Lover.
Well, Rakesh, I'm just finishing 2 weeks of camping, and I've been almost completely shut out of Aurora. It is supposed to be good later on, and I'm not too sure how much later on that is going to be. But anyway, that's what happens. It's you can't depend on the sun for anything.
I think Gusto is in the private chat.
There. I just started typing to see if he wanted to come in, and you beat me to it. I couldn't type fast enough. My fingers don't work. I'm not like Maz man. I can't type 500 words in a second like he can. He's crazy good on a computer. He could just type so fast. And hello to Mark Lynch and Randall. How's it going, guys? And we'll see if Ava shows up, David, so you can give her the answer to the question.
Yeah, maybe too late for her.
Yeah, we threw her off. I think we're just.
What's the camera she's using?
I don't really know.
I'm not sure.
I'm just saying. Yeah,
because she was talking about Z lenses.
Yeah. So we got Rakesh was in Lake Ontario in New York shooting star trails. A faint green hue in the horizon. Not sure air glow or aurora. Probably just pollution.
No, pollution is not green.
Well, you never know.
Well, yeah. It's being that you're south of the line, I just don't know what's going to be.
Things could be getting much worse. We just don't know it yet.
Yeah. Good evening, Chuck. Glad to see you here.
Hey, Chuck, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for popping in. Hope you're doing well. I heard you were out there killing some grass the other day on the lawnmower. So.
Yeah, I just wonder if it's got right-hand drive or left-hand drive.
Robert Varner's in. We're up to 19 people. Well, when we hit about 25, hello, Chuck. It's wonderful that you're here to say hi to everybody, and we appreciate you taking the time to stop in. Sorry, I started a half hour late. I will just say, in case he's decided to visit, I just want to say, my neighbors watching this video while we're on or after the fact, happy 80th birthday to my friend Ken, who in his working days was a commercial photographer, and he did a lot of he had a partner. They had a business. They did a lot of advertising campaigns, and they actually they put together the first major campaign for a presentation to Motor Trend magazine and Car and Driver when the Pontiac Fiero got introduced, and they had gone off site, probably taken well over 10,000 pictures, slides back in the day. Okay, we're going back a ways, and they had computer programs to synchronize all the multiple slide projectors that they were going to use to show images on the stage, on the screen, behind the stage, and had it narrated in music and everything set up, and that's how they had to do it in the old days. A lot harder than it is today to do that kind of work, but yeah, they put together a real nice presentation and introduction for that car when it came out. And you showed me a video that was taken of them doing it. It was really neat. Wayne Brandle's asking if you're still in Mongolia.
No, I'm in Malaysia now.
You're in Malaysia now. Well, man, you're like, where's Waldo? We got to go. Where's Wayne? And hello to Vahagan. Vahagan popped in. Hello, Vahagan.
Hey, Vahagan. So yeah, it's Kuala Lumpur this week, and in a couple weeks, it's going to be Borneo, which is what they consider East Malaysia.
Okay. Now, how distance in miles from where you are now? What do you figure?
I'm not sure. It's another island.
It's another. Oh, okay. So you're hopping on a plane.
Yeah, it's a little bit south of Singapore.
Okay. You never go close enough where you could just hop in a rowboat or a kayak, right?
Well, no, not a rowboat, but like a ferry.
A ferry.
In the Philippines, there's so many different islands where you can hop on a ferry, a couple hours in a different island.
Yep.
Now those are the ones that transport vehicles, I assume, as well, right? Not just people.
Some do. It depends on, like, if you go into if you want to take a car, you have to go to a different port. Some of them just do people, or some ports do vehicles and people.
Okay. So we're up to 23 people.
I'm going to come up with some ideas.
So I'm going to remind everybody. I'm going to put it up here on the screen in a second. And give me 1 second to put this up, because we want to start getting people thinking about this. So we have the photo review for October 7th. And, next week's show will be on normal time, 9:00 at night. This was an exception to the rule. But we want to get ready for the photo review. And I am noting in here, as I said last time, we're going to stick with a maximum of 4 photos at max per person. I am putting in, JPEG files and 2048 pixels on the long side, because it doesn't kill me. I got enough space on my computer, and I don't save the images after the show. I do delete them off my computer. But just to make it more manageable, if they're 2048 pixels on the long side, that would be appreciated. If they're larger, I'll deal with it. I'm not going to reject any image that I get. Now, I am going to keep it generic, and I know I've had some people say to me or suggest that I pick a specific topic for people to supply pictures of, and I'm going to explain to you why I don't really want to go that route. And the main reason is let's just say I said, let's do close up or macro photography for the next show, and I'm just making this up. Well, I'm sure there are people that come on that have no interest in macro or close-up photography, or there may be people that have no interest in portrait photography or bird photography or street photography. Okay, so I don't want to like hit everybody where all they see is 40 or 50 images of the same genre, because we don't represent any one genre. Everybody has their own specialty or favorite type of pictures they like to take. So I want to keep it generic, because when we keep it generic, we don't know what we're going to see. We're going to see a little of everything. We're going to have the spice of life. We're going to have the variety. And in that way, I don't think it's boring for anyone. Everybody will get to see something that they like. Everybody will get to see something that maybe gets them saying, gee, I'd like to try that myself. So I think I just want to keep it generic, at least for now, because I don't want to artificially narrow down the entries or make people feel like, well, now I have to shoot something I've never shot before. Not like being challenged isn't a bad thing, but I want you to be challenged because you want to challenge yourself, not because you feel like I'm forcing you to to do something that you're not comfortable with. So let's just leave it generic and try to get the images in before 12 p.m. Eastern time, the Friday before, which would be October 6th. And I'll take this down right now, and I will put it up every once in a while during the course of tonight's show. And you may actually, and you're going to say, what am I talking about? You might want to leave the show right now and leave the show. And you're saying, Jeff, you want us to leave the show? Well, you might want to take advantage of the 0% APR 24-month financing at Nikon USA on select items, because the offer ends tonight. So I'm letting you know now. So you can leave the show, spend some dough, and let us know when you come back what new toy you bought. So how's that? Leave the show, spend some dough, and let us know. Yeah, I know, it's horrible. Jokes are worse on Saturdays.
I'll have to get better there.
And yeah, I went to my neighbor's 80th birthday party tonight, so that's why we're a half hour late. And I did not have any alcohol, therefore the jokes will not be as good as usual. I don't know if people noticed that Steve Perry just put out a video titled "The Nikon 180-600 Sharpness Test, Autofocus Speed Test." He tests the new lens against itself at various focal lengths. He tests it against other Nikon lenses, such as the 100-400, the 400 f4.5, the 800 PF, the 600 f4 with the TC, so on and so forth. And then he actually does a comparison test against the Sony 200 to 600 millimeter lens, which is a very good lens. And I think when you see the review, the good news is they go toe to toe against each other very well. And a Nikon user is not going to be disappointed in the lens any more than a Sony person is going to be disappointed in their lens. You're going to have happy campers on both sides. And I use the term camper because that's what David's doing right now. So we got happy campers. And that's very,
Jeff,
very important.
One thing for sure, with that lens, there is no barrier for people to get into wildlife photography, correct? I mean, it's that test, if it's like Steve described, I mean, that lens is second to none. And has all the flexibility of a zoom. So I think the people that want to, that lower the barrier for people to get into wildlife photography and nature photography.
I think they're gonna have a hard time keeping them available because so many people were waiting for something that was affordable. Because let's face it, these $6,000, even $3,000 lenses for most people are not affordable. I mean, that's a lot of people, they want to buy it. They want to have 2 or 3 lenses, and they want to pay that amount of money for all 3 put together, not spend it all on one lens. So, I think it's a big deal that they and overdue that they came out with it. I think it's a big thing.
And the fact that is, I mean, that also work well with the teleconverters. I mean, wow. I mean, the test with the 1.4 teleconverter, very impressive. Now, those are, studio type of tests with a test chart, correct?
Yeah.
In the field, obviously, I mean, it will matter sometimes if you have a stop and a half more of light. That always matter. But
Yeah.
I think that can be compensated by field skills, correct? So the people, if people are dedicated to the craft of wildlife photography, with this lens, there shouldn't be any problem.
Bless you. Well, I think that I think the thing to realize too is, as he stated up front, is he's looking at it at 200%.
Okay. Exactly.
200%. I mean, the reality check is, even if you're looking at it 100%, you're going to see any differences that you may see. They're not going to show up on a print. I mean, if you do a print, you're probably going to have more worries about what kind of printer the place is using that you're doing your printing with. In terms of the quality of your image, more so than the lens for the camera. You want to make sure that your print service is providing you with the resolution that you want, to get the print that you want, and people, they focus so much on the camera and the lens, and it's like, well, I guess if you don't really do many prints, it doesn't matter. But I mean, if you're someone that it does do prints or likes to do the wall hangers on your own wall or for gifts for other people, then it matters where you get your prints done.
And the flexibility to correct the flexibility of a zoom, and he said everything that is in the middle. For all the tests, the middle was always sharp, correct? So most people, if you're going to crop at the end of taking your photos, you're going to put your subject in the middle, correct? So I think it's a fantastic. But Roy, you have now, you got it for a couple of weeks now. So what have been
a few weeks.
So what have been your impression?
A while because I've got too lazy to pick it up. But
you want to say hi to Fel? Fel M is in the house, and
James.
And we've got Bob Our Photos is here, and I don't know if
here.
Did Ava show up yet? I don't think so.
Yeah,
right?
just now.
Oh, is she? Okay. Ava, we're gonna in a few minutes. We're gonna have David elaborate on his recommendation for lenses for astrophotography for you, since you are here, and so we'll do that in a few minutes. J-Rod is here, and Long Rider. How you doing, Long Rider? Good to see you. And as I said, hello, Ava. Nice to see you. And
but we'd like to know, Ava, what camera that you're either using or thinking of using.
Yeah, we weren't sure, Ava, what camera that you use right now. So if you can just type that in for us. We're pretty sure it was Nikon, but we want to make sure. Since we do have a variety of people that use different gear, which is fine. Let's see.
Ran a lot of question about the Z8. Somebody said that it's a worse build quality than the 850.
I think the D850 is a bit tougher, and any cam with IBIS is going to be more fragile. IBIS mechanism itself is fairly fragile.
Yeah.
Okay, she has a Z5, David, and an OM1, and she's about to buy a Z8.
Good choice.
Okay, Ava. So, are we causing, or is this group of people causing you to spend money? Are you going to send hate mail to us because we're causing you to have gear acquisition syndrome? I mean, I don't want any lawsuits or anything.
No, I found that that watching Chuck's channel and Kevin Nordstrom's channel and Robert Silver's channel, all of them together are expensive. You know, but Jeff is not so bad. But after I finish my dissertation, you might think twice.
And Chuck's M&M fetish.
Yeah, you don't have your M&Ms on you, David, do you?
They're back in the trailer.
Okay.
Yeah, and when I'm at home, I have that small package. I think it's 1.3 kilograms or something like that. You know.
Here's real Nikon lover stating his son-in-law took amazing shots out of his Alaska trip with a Z8, and he had no experience with it and just hit a home run. Well, that's good. That's good.
I have to say, since the 24 to 120, I haven't felt the need to pick up any new Nikon lens. I mean, there's some nice things out there, but with me traveling around, that lens does a whole lot. Paired with a 70 to 200 when you're out in the countryside, someplace, it works well. So there are a lot of things out there that I would have wanted to have if I had a home. I can pick up things because I had like 4 cameras and lenses for all those 4 cameras. Now downsize, just 2 cameras, a Sony and the Z8, but I can repurpose the Sony lenses on the Z8, but I haven't ever since I got it, and I sold 24 to 120. Most of what I have is I use a 24 to 120. Once in a while, I'll put that 60 to 35 from Sony on it. But yeah, it's great with just a 24 to 120.
Yeah, that has turned out to be my favorite walk-around lens ever.
Yeah.
Ever. I mean, and my friend Bob from Bob Our Photos, that was the first lens the first Z mount lens that he bought for his Z8. And, for, street photography, general purpose photography. And he is amazed by how the images look, and he's just blown away by it. And so he is on board with the 24 to 120 F4 fan club. I mean, I think, yeah, it's really hard to pick on that lens.
No, it's great. For an F4 lens and what it does, it's fantastic.
The only thing's the matter with it, it's cheap and affordable.
Yes.
David, I think we have a good opening now for you to talk to talk to Ava and talk to the rest of the people out here in terms of your advice for lenses for astrophotography, and you do an awful lot of that, so we will let you run with it, my friend.
Okay, Ava, the last time when you asked me, I recommended the 28 focal length, and it's and that is still my recommendation. It's that's the short answer. The long answer, it depends on a number of things. It depends on your camera, it depends on your sensor, it depends on your light, and it depends on your budget. And I'm sure there's a fifth thing in there, and photography is a compromise. It's what I found with the 28 and what I'm shooting is the vertical height or the horizontal height distance, but when you're shooting in portrait is a good width for a lot of things. I would rather do my cropping in camera and rather have subject on the outside when it comes to the night sky than having too wide of a field of view. And I figure that 28 is the sweet spot there. Another thing has to do with your sensor is the higher the resolution of your sensor, the faster that your shutter speed has to do so you don't get your movement from your stars. And to go along with that has to do with your ISO. And the way you can get around having to go to a higher shutter speed is you have to increase your ISO or like you have a Z5, which is it has to do with your pixel spacing and your pixel sizes, and I'm using my Z8 for my night photography, and I am just blown away with how easy it is compared to other lenses. Um, I gave Anita a 28 millimeter Sigma f1.4 for her birthday, and that thing is so sharp, corner to corner, that I am amazed. It's what I have to start doing is comparing other lenses of mine that I have that are f mount on my Z8 to see how they compare. And my 35 is not as good. It's my 28 that I have that's 10 years old, the f mount, but it's the latest 28. It is not as good. It is the only thing that I think that compares with it is my 24 f1.8 with the Z mount. It's but and it gets back to your sweet spot. If you go to a wider lens, is then your shutter speed can be longer, and or your ISO can be lower for getting the same thing, but it's very easy for your field of view to be too wide. And so it gets back to the good compromise, and it's still back to the 28. But it all depends on what you're shooting. You know, if the other night I had my 8 to 15 out, and I got a question for Jeff. If I have a circular photograph, how do I measure my 2048 wide when it's circular? Do I go around the edges in a circumference or what? You know, but I was doing that, and I was able to get both the aurora and the Milky Way at the same time, and I could have a long exposure because I had a real short focal length, but that lens is an f3.5, which you normally don't use for astrophotography, but now with the faster sensors and like with the Z8, I was shooting 12800 and I wasn't worried. It had minimal noise of what I can see in camera. So this whole thing there's no simple answer. I got a simple recommendation, but it's all a compromise. If your sensor size or sensor size goes up, then your ISO or sensor resolution goes up, then your ISO has to go up to compensate for your shutter speed, which has to go up. And sometimes that's not a good compromise because then you get into the gas problem. And but
you said you're using the 28 on your Z8, and she's going to be getting a Z8. So
and the Sigma 28 f1.4, which is f mount, or that one you can get it on a Sony mount or quite a few other ones. So you're going to be using an adapter anyway. So just get whichever combination is the cheapest. You know, I got nothing against using Sony glass or Sigma Sony mount on a Nikon. That works too.
Even the old AIS lenses are very cheap, since you'd be shooting manual most of the time anyway.
Well, you got to shoot manual for after dark. Actually, I'm surprised at how close that the Z8 with the Sigma is to focusing automatically. It is very close. It'll get you in the ballpark. Then you just got to fine tune it. You know?
Well, you're kind of leading. You've kind of unconsciously led me into a question that I was going to throw out to everybody. So we'll start with comments from the panel here, and then see what people in the chat feel. Here's my question: do you think the onslaught of third-party lenses for most brands, many of which are pretty darn good, will drive the prices down a bit on native glass? So that's part A of the question. And the second part is, are there people in the chat that use third-party lenses as their primary lenses in their kit versus native glass? And if so, why? Is it strictly a cost thing, or do you feel that the quality is good enough where you don't need to spend the extra money on the native glass? So you got a two-part question. Do you think the third-party lenses are going to drive down the cost on the native glass? And if you use predominantly third-party glass all the time, why do you choose to do that?
I don't, because I don't like the trouble. After a few years, you can't get updates, and sometimes a camera maker will interfere with the third-party lenses as well, which is annoying. So I stick to a Nikon glass because it's just safer. Although some of the third-party, like Tamron, are very good.
So whether it be Nikon or any other brand, they'll consciously make a decision to kind of like, with lack of a better term, screw the other guy.
Yes, they do that quite often. Like Nikon and their batteries lately. Very annoying.
Since I got the Z, it's been pretty much Z lens is the only third-party lens I have is Voigtlander, utilizing that with the FTZ adapter. And, the 58 millimeter Nocturne, it's much cheaper than the Nikon version. So for me, that works well. It's lighter, it's smaller to carry around. And there are times when I put that on the camera and utilize it when I want to, do street photography, shoot manual, it works well. So I think overall, as far as prices is concerned, Nikon simply we work with third party to fill in the gaps, whether or not when they come out with more lens, they're going to cut them off. But for now, it seems as though they're letting third party into the ecosystem to allow them to provide lens for their buyers.
Say goodnight to J-Rod. I guess he's taken off.
Later, J-Rod.
And I want to put up a few comments as we're kind of all talking here. I'll put up comments from people in the chat relative to the subject matter here, so that we can all see it as we're conversing. And yeah, I'm hoping that as the third party glass gets better, which it has gotten significantly better over time, it does kind of make the prime manufacturers scratch their heads a little and say, maybe we got to make a little bit of price adjustment, or at least not keep raising the prices. That would be nice, keep them flatten out the prices on the lenses for a while, guys, instead of having all these price increases. That would be nice at a minimum.
Well, I'm going to make two comments here. And one is I'm in the field and it's getting dark outside. So in the next little while, I'm going to turn off my video because you're not going to be able to see me anyway.
You'll see your beard lit up by the moonlight.
We should all turn our video off.
No. There's no moon tonight. It's a new moon. Anyway, I'm at the Alberta Star Party site. There's more long glass around here that'll fit in the back of Roy's truck. I don't care.
I've got big SUV.
Well, there's somewhere between 75 and 100 telescopes. Your SUV isn't that big.
That's a lot.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot. When it comes to native glass or third-party glass, I'm on the fence. Most of my prime lenses are all native, but at the same time, I do mix and match. I've got a number of Sigma primes. Usually when I buy third party, I buy a prime, and I don't care if it's manual or automatic or what, and if as long as the thing will fit on the camera and I can focus it. And the quality is there because I'll buy my third party because of the quality. And it's the 28 millimeter Sigma that Anita has, the 1.4. I'm going to buy one of those for myself. But the only thing I don't like about it, it's so big compared to the Nikon glass. You know, it's 4 times longer than my 50. You know, my F mount 50. And it's got to be 6 inches long. You know, by the time you have the FTZ on it, you know. So, but I'm amazed at how sharp it is, and the price is competitive. But at the same time, Nikon doesn't have a 28. You know, so
yeah,
what am I going to do?
There's a reason Nikon's letting Tamron get involved, because they're filling gaps that Nikon isn't going to fill. They're providing a affordable glass where Nikon would not be doing that. So I don't have an issue with that. Vahagen says third-party resale is poor. I'll reword that. But that is not untrue. But then again, you're not paying a lot for it to begin with. It's just like I bought the TT Artisans 2X macro, 100 millimeter macro with the tilt shift the other day for under $400. It's like, so if that resale tanks, it's like I didn't spend $1,200 for it. I only spent $400 for it. So I think it's all relative, because anybody that's tried to sell any of their F mount glass right now would argue that it hasn't held its value worth anything. A $900 or 105 macro, you're lucky if you can get $300 for it. So that's pretty darn bad. It's pretty darn bad if you have a EX plus macro lens, or hardly ever use macro lens, and you can't even get $500 for it. I mean, that's pretty bad.
The other consideration, certainly for people that like telephotos, is the ability to work with teleconverters, correct? So a lot of the third-party lenses don't work that well with the teleconverters. So you are into that type of photography, then not having Nikon lenses is a problem. But I agree with you, Jeff.
There's always a risk of more problems.
It's a risk of more problems. It's something that starts malfunctioning. You don't know whether.
Less.
Exactly. So you buy some security and robustness, but the quality of the optics of some of those lenses actually is not bad at all, correct?
No.
And I agree with you, Jeff, that indeed competition is king, correct? So for them to bring, as a matter of fact, I guarantee you, these 180 to 600 that we have been talking in the background is a good kind of strong wall for Nikon to have say, hey, I'm giving you an affordable telephoto, correct? So it's strategically for them, it's very good. But I would like some of these Chinese lenses to start also coming into 500, 600, 800. Let's see what they can bring.
On volume, not on special. They're not looking for niches; they're looking for the volumes.
Exactly. Now I know, but that lens that Jeff has, that 200 macros, that's a very specialized lens. 200 millimeter macro.
Well, it's a 100 millimeter 2 times macro.
Oh, it's 100 millimeter.
100 millimeter f2.8, 2 times macro, 2 times life size, 2 times.
Okay, it's 2 times
with the tilt shift.
Okay, well, but that's very exotic.
Oh yeah, it's interesting lens. I can't wait to use it, because I was thinking today, like, okay, how could you demonstrate? One way you could demonstrate practically, like in showing somebody an image and saying, well, this is what the tilt shift could do for you. So I'm thinking of like a row of flowers, okay? Just a long row of colorful flowers. So if you shot it straight on, okay, and then you chose a very large app, you shot it wide open or one stop down, and so you'd have the front, and you focused on the middle of that. bank of flowers. So you'd have a strip in the middle that's sharp and everything in front's blurry, everything in black and back is blurry. But when you think about it with the tilt functionality, you can change the plane of focus, and you could actually have the flowers in focus, not horizontally across, on the same plane as your sensor, but have it diagonally across where all the flowers are in focus at a diagonal, and everything is out of focus on either side of that, which you can't do with a regular lens. So there are probably some pretty nifty things that you could do with that functionality. And I'm looking forward to just doing some really weird stuff and seeing how it, and then sharing it with everybody, and seeing here's some things you could do with that lens that, to me, it's more of a toy. I mean, I got the 105Z mount, a macro lens. That's a stellar lens. There's no doubt about that. But this has some unique qualities. That's going to be like a fun lens. It's like somebody buying a. Trying to think of it there.
Like my 8-15.
Well, I'm thinking of those lenses that people buy that are inexpensive. They give you that soft focus look, where you can. I can't think of the brand of the lens. I'm drawing a blank here. What's that?
Nothing.
I'm sure that wasn't a nice comment.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. They were very popular a few years ago.
Yeah, you would you would actually put in metal discs for your f-stop.
Yeah.
You would have to drop in metal discs with the different hole sizes, and you'd get that dreamy,
very soft focus.
Yeah, real soft focus lenses for close-up photography and stuff like that.
Eva got it, the Lens Baby.
Lens Baby, that's it. The Lens Baby series, yeah.
Things.
Yeah. Now they have them where they look like regular lenses, where you're not dropping in all the parts anymore.
but for sure, Jeff, certainly the tilt and shift focus lenses. If let's say you go for landscape photography or you go into photograph flowers, that's a lens to go with it, correct? So it's now, obviously now we have the focus stacking, but that one you can achieve some of these very, as you discussed before, modifying the plane that is in focus, correct? Like I have a photo that I had taken exactly what you said, which is the side of the road in a slope where there is a bunch of flowers, correct? And I wanted to orient in the direction of that plane, and that's can only be done with a tilt shift.
And here he is. We've got the Moz Man.
How's it going, guys?
Oh, Peachy, how you doing?
Doing well. It's been a couple of weeks. I wasn't on last week at all, but it's good to be on. Good to see you guys.
We were going to start.
Good to see you, Moz.
We're going to start putting out wanted posters with your face on it to see where we could find you.
I've only been gone a week. Boggan's been gone 2, so I just saw him in chat.
Settling down, the Mossman.
See the ghosts behind me? I got the ghosts of Sony Pass, Canon Pass, and Fuji Pass.
So, Tim, did you order the 180 to 600?
I did. I haven't seen it yet. It hasn't shown up yet. No word on when I'm going to get it. So,
got mine.
I see their trick. Oh, you got yours? Yeah, I see they're trickling out, and I see that it looks like other countries are doing much better than we are this time. So, I mean, well deserved for those guys. I'll wait for mine. I'm not in a rush.
I'm just showing off. That's what I do best.
Well, I think I made a comment to Tim when we were talking the other day. I said, gee, I'm kind of, I guess I'm a little, I shouldn't be, but I'll pretend. I'm a little surprised that the NPS folks want to get that lens, is what I said to myself, because a lot of them, if they're doing that kind of photography to earn a living, they've bought the 600, with the F4 with the TC, or the 400 with the TC or whatever. But But I think they're finding that, hey, that's a nice lens to have around for all those in between shots, and it doesn't cost a lot of money.
Nice, but zoom's better.
Well, that's what I was saying to Wahagan here. If you're going to go out and you're working from your car, let's say on a national park, you probably have both, correct? Because if you have a big animal, the 600 TC, the 800 PF, most likely you're going to be too close, correct? But then having a zoom is very good. And I think there is a lot of options for this, correct? So let's say I'm planning to go on a whale watching tour. I'm most likely in the whale watching tour, I will put the 100 to 400. Even this 180 to 600.
You read my mind, man. We're telepathically linked. I was going to say 100 to 400, and you said it before me.
Exactly. That's the lens for that occasion, correct?
Yeah.
So it's not like hey, if I have an 800, I don't need lenses. If you can have an 800, and you got to find that in some occasions you need one or the other, correct?
Yeah. I mean, I think that my opinion, I think that, and this is all, depending on everybody's budget, of course, everybody's budget's different. But if you had a small, wide angle to, let's just say, 17 to 35 or, something like that. And then you had a zoom like the 24 to 120.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have a 70 to 200. Then you have the 180 to 600. And then you take those zoom lenses and you surround them with a couple of primes. You're in good shape.
Oh, exactly.
You've got all your bases covered, and obviously that isn't something that most people get to overnight. I mean, you're talking, over a period of 10 years or more, you may acquire enough glass to where you basically have that stuff covered. It doesn't happen overnight by any means, but
exactly. The whole drama here is because we are doing this migration into mirrorless, correct? That have forced people to get more gas to a degree, correct? But it's because we are in a migration. But now that I think that we have a good lineup of cameras and lenses and more to come, then it's easy to, hey, what is the tool that I need, correct? And then the role of these specialized lenses, correct? If you and that goes all the way to David. I mean, you go to photograph the aurora or so astrophotography, you have to write the right tool. You cannot show up there with 800, right?
Oh yeah, when I go at the park with an 800, I mean, I get people swarming all over me. What is that lens? What is that lens? What is that lens? And I go, well, it's my version of the club that you buy for your car, but I put it on my camera.
Yeah.
Looks like Bob's taken off, and Sanjeet took off a few minutes ago, I think.
Oh, sorry guys.
Bored them
Sorry guys.
Again.
Thanks for coming on. Thanks for stopping by. I'm glad you were able to say hello to Chuck. And that's what this is about. Hopefully, Chuck's been very, very kind in his support of the channel and coming on the show for a while and saying hi to everybody. And I know that everybody thinks the world of you, Chuck, and they love saying hi to you, even if it is only for a little bit of time. But you make everybody's evening when you pop in, and I hope that you walk away feeling good, knowing that you got so many people out there that want you back as soon as possible and are always thinking about you. I mean, I think I can honestly speak for everybody and say that you are sorely missed by the community. There's no doubt about that.
This is the town that he built, correct?
That's right.
Yeah, I've got a question for Chuck, and that is, does he drive his lawnmower to the haircut?
Yeah, Chuck. So David wants to know if you're driving your Toro to get your haircut.
It reminds me of that movie, The Long Story, where that guy was driving a tractor like miles to go see his daughter.
Oh man. Oh man.
Well, it happens in a lot of countries, And in the UK, you see tractors on the main highways, main
Oh yeah.
thoroughfares.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you don't see that in Canada. You see it on side roads,
Roads
but
are so narrow.
well,
Yeah.
but it's yesterday I met a combine without the front on it, and it took up a lane and a half.
Yep.
And if the header was on there, that would be 60 feet wide, and it doesn't fit down anything. Usually what they do is they take the header off and put it on its own trailer that goes
Yeah.
along behind. But you can't put the combine on a tractor trailer and run down the road either without taking it apart because it's just too damn wide.
Look at this. Here we go. Look at this. Here we go. With the proliferation of price gouging.
Exactly.
Starting already. If you're not, if you're not buying it for yourself, don't buy one. Let somebody else get the lens. I really hate it when people just get them to then do a flip and make $300-400 or more on something. Just leave it for somebody else that wants it. Don't try to screw the other guy. No reason for that.
Yeah. The worst is when people do that with toys around Christmas time. They buy all the toys up, all the the must-have toys, and then they start selling them on eBay for twice the price.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to throw this up because we've talked about this a little bit on some of the other shows that I personally said, along with others, that down the road, I would expect them to come out with a higher capacity battery in the same package size, obviously, that's in the Z8 now, but another higher capacity battery down the road to put in the Z8. I think it's only a matter of time. I'm sure that's something that Nikon wants to do, because then they would have that battery to then put in subsequent cameras. Because if they came out with a higher capacity, battery 2 months from now, it very well may be they could put that battery in a Z6 III or a Z7 III camera as well. So it would be
a dummy battery.
It would be a good idea if they did something.
Look at that.
Not be a big difference.
Yeah.
Any new battery is not going to be a big difference.
Real Nikon lover message is interesting one. Certainly for you have the like Corvettes as well.
I think the dummy batteries are probably going to be a thing of the past, because different manufacturers are now putting power delivery ports in the cameras.
Yeah, the Z8 second USB port's lovely. I really miss it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know GM was doing this on the Corvettes. That's interesting. That's kind of I'm not sure how I feel about that. I guess I'm stuck at saying that's interesting.
Yeah. I can understand
the
it.
Fuji GFX camera that came out has a power delivery port, but just like some of the other Fuji cameras, you can record external USB drives via that same port. I prefer the Nikon way. If they could make the USB port, the data one, do external and leave the power delivery, I think that's a good option for people who don't want to spend more on CF Express cards, because they do cost a bit more than those external drives.
I 100% agree with you, Wayne. I think it would be wonderful if you could just hook up an SSD to your camera right now and use that, especially if you're doing video. Save the video files to an SSD card plugged into your camera would be a godsend for a lot of people and would save them a lot of money.
Not only that, but you could add it right on that SSD.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the second part of it.
Yeah.
You don't have to put it in your camera; you can edit straight from the same drive.
Yeah.
No downloading.
Yeah. But yeah, there's still some tweaking. There's still some tweaking on the part of all the manufacturers that they could definitely do. And sometimes, you got to look at the little things to improve too. I mean, they kind of seem to go for the jugular with the big stuff, like the megapixels of the sensor, or the sometimes you add 2 or 3 little things that people really like to use a lot or would really appreciate. That can have just as big an effect on your getting people to want to buy your camera as the one big thing. Sometimes you can't forget about these little things. They do add up.
A preview for photo stacking would be nice.
Yeah.
The when I went on Nikon Rumors during the week, on and off, was kind of a busy week. I had some visitors from Connecticut, which was nice. I had some relatives that came to visit, but I got a chance to look on Nikon Rumors a little bit. And if you want to OD on, you got the Steve Perry video that I mentioned at the beginning of the show, but you go on Nikon Rumors and you can OD on videos on the 180 to 600 until you pass out. They got so many links there to look at videos from all different photographers out there on that particular lens. You could definitely watch until you drop, as they say. There's so much stuff out there on that lens right now. And then obviously a fair amount of people in Europe have already gotten that lens. So a lot of them have done full reviews on the lens already too. So,
and in Australia.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's going to be
in some ways, I don't feel bad that the U.S. is kind of getting them, not getting them as fast, because Europe's been getting skunked for a long time with the Nikon brand, where the U.S. has been getting the bulk share of everything, and other countries are sitting there waiting forever to get it. I think it's they got to take care of everybody.
I'm happy. Great lens. It's going to replace the 200 to 500 in that sort of spot, I think.
Those are the people that must be a little bit frustrated, correct? The people that have been waiting to replace the 200 to 500.
Yeah.
Well, it's certainly a step in every right direction for the 200 to 500. It improves it on every way.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree with at least this point with Wayne here. The 4.0 cards are just it's right now it's an overkill and way a Goliath in terms of the price point too. I mean, you got to definitely be willing to you just got money to burn and go knock yourself out. But I don't think most of people in our situation need to worry about that right now.
Well, and I don't know whether the software, the firmware, and the camera can take advantage of it. Of course, they take advantage on the the capacity and the ability to download it your computer. But I don't know whether there's any kind of output restriction in the speed of writing into the cards from the camera itself. So maybe future firmware will take advantage of that.
But the best thing is it makes the older cards cheaper.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which is where I go.
Well, it's kind of like when sometimes hardware and software take turns with each other. Sometimes the hardware is a step ahead of the software, and sometimes the software is a step ahead of the hardware.
Yeah, I think for those 12K cameras are the ones that should be able to take advantage of that. But still, 1800, 1900 is still good for 12K cameras. So that's like something next level. Maybe somebody else have something coming out that can read at that faster speed. For me, having a card that doesn't overheat when being used for a long period of time, that's more important than the real fast speeds. As someone who was a PC tech in my whole life, when you start doing the NVMe drives, the newer ones, the faster they are, the harder they run. That's why you have to buy them with those big old thick heat sink on top of them to cool them down in your PC. I have a couple of these external drives here that I use, and I have the old specifications. The new specifications won't even take advantage. Well, the drive can't take advantage of the speed, so it doesn't make any sense. So I think it was the same thing with cameras right now. Nothing is out there yet that can do it. However, if somebody can make a camera like the Hasselblad and put the card inside of it that doesn't run too hot, I think that'd be good.
Wayne, I have something buried in my notes just for you, my friend. Just for you, and I'm serious. I'm not poking fun or anything. I'm dead serious. I'm gonna scroll through my notes and I'm gonna skip ahead because I do like look a little bit at the Sony rumors. I look a little bit at the Fuji rumors now. I try to pick off little things that I see. I mean, not everything because this isn't a rumor show, really. But I do find some stuff because we need things to talk about. Find the okay. There is and this was from Sony Alpha rumors. Let me make sure I'm in. Yeah, Sony Alpha rumors. There is a new Sony E-mount adapter that costs $1,299. So you'd be saying, well, what in the heck are you paying $1,299 for? Well, it's called a Module 8 L1 tuner. It's a variable look lens, and it creates that unique film look with the Sony lenses. So you put it between the lens and the camera body like you would a teleconverter, but it's basically an EF mount lens to an E mount camera, and it's made for filmmakers. The adapter varies the strength of aberrations, and it's designed by a legendary cinema lens designer, Ian Neal, who's won all sorts of Oscars for technical excellence in cinematography and the creation of cine lenses over decades. But that is a module. It's Module 8's the name of the company. L1 tuner, $1,299, and supposedly you throw that on your Sony camera and put it on it, you will have something that gives you that. As people say, lenses don't have character anymore. Well, you want that. You're going to have character on your lenses, and you're going to have that cine look, and without it having to use a bunch of LUTs or whatever to try to achieve it, you'll have it right on your camera. So that might be something that is worth looking into.
That is interesting. I mean, will they use it for the regular camera or for the cinema
Turn it
camera?
off.
No, regular camera, E-mount camera.
Well, yeah, the cinema camera can use E-mount lenses or PL lenses. So I'm looking at oh, wow, it's on an FX3.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So I figured, Wayne, that one's for you, buddy. I put that in just for you.
Well, this is the first time I'm hearing about it. I didn't even know it existed. I know the new camera came out, and this reading on Sony Alpha rumors, it was like right before the what's it, Bersuma launch? What's it called? I'm messing like a Burano.
Yeah, it's the $25,000 one.
Yes. They say it's a solo creator camera. I'm like, $25,000. Who's a solo? That's for film makers. It's not for your average person.
No.
But as far as this module, I mean, it looks like something good. I have to do some more reading about it. I can't answer it because I didn't even know it was out there.
Yeah, well, I wanted to throw it out there to catch your attention because I know you'll dig into it. And then if you find out more about it, then share with us what you find out. But I just gave you a short abridged version of what was. But you go to the site and they have a clip and they talk to the guy who developed it. So you get there's a whole story around it. So it's on Sony Alpha rumors right now. And for those of you that have that product, you may definitely enjoy that video, and you may be starting to count your pennies in your piggy bank and see if you get $199 worth of pennies. but might
Well,
be.
you know, this thing is for to use Canon lens. The EF lens are Canon lenses. So basically, you're adapting the Canon lens to the Sony. So it's not for Sony lenses, it's for Canon lenses.
Okay. But
Yeah, you saw those presentations from
Turn those off.
PNH on the Anginov and the Cook camera, the Cook lenses, that they show how the cinema lenses are made, correct? So that all the focus ring align, all the f stop or t stop align. So they're engineered to be easily exchangeable within the filming rigs, correct?
Yeah, so when you're utilizing those follow focus and all those adapters that they put on there for all the manual stuff that you do.
Exactly.
If they're in the same place on the lenses, then you don't have to keep moving them back and forth on the
Exactly.
what do you call that? The mount. You can just put the lens in the same place. Boom, everything's already set up. It basically cuts down the amount of time you spend having to change out a lens and having to, readjust things.
That's why they're professional, correct? So, and the fact that this is the funny thing. All these lenses are the same, and then you have different adapters from different cameras, correct? So we sometimes, don't say good things about adapters, but all these professional lenses, they all have adapters, correct? For this mount and that mount.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, this is basically, if you don't want to spend the money on a cinema lens, you're utilizing a Canon lens and basically adapted it to Sony. So even like with a Sony camera, they're using the PL mount lens to allow you to use cinema lenses instead of the standard E mount lenses for Sony. So if you want to go that route, those lenses are there. They're pricey, but you can stick with the standard E mount lenses if you don't want to go down that road. But my thing is, if you can spend $25,000 on a camera, you should be able to afford the lenses.
Exactly.
yeah. That's kind of like someone that has the $100 orders the $100 dinner, and then when they say, "Oh, you want that for your side?" Well, that's a $2 upcharge, and then you say, $2? I ain't going to pay the $2, but you're paying $100 for the meal. And you're crying about the $2 upcharge.
Yeah.
But
I couldn't give you any answer on that one.
But you'll have to look at that, Wayne. I think you'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah, I plan to.
The something else from Nikon rumors, and I don't know every famous photographer or somewhat famous photographer in the world. I'm not that type of guy, but the Nikon rumors had a thing about advertising for a September 30th of 2023, a Nikon Z8, Z9, New York City one-day night masterclass with Steve Simon, which costs $1,249. And the workshop covers tuition, welcoming dinner, local MTA transportation, museum entrances, covers the Nikon Z8, Z9 boot camp, a $300 value, does not include accommodations or travel to and from New York City. But you can get more information on Nikon rumors to look at that event. And then there are other Nikon-centric photo classes from other vendors that are shown on Nikon rumors as well. Mac Ranger updated his Nikon mirrorless expert guide, which now includes the Z8 and updates including the Z9 firmware version 4.0. So if you've already bought his guide, I'm sure as is typical of these guides, if you've already paid for it, you usually get the updated version for free. And of course, I don't know if we want to call it I'll be nice. I'm not going to, I'll be nice here.
That'd be nice.
Let's just say the ZF was supposed to be announced back in August, and Nikon rumors is assuming that because of the Z8 recalls, the ZF got delayed. Can't confirm the announcement date, but there are multiple. He's saying Camera Insider But also, I know Sony Rumors did say something about Nikon having a ZF event or announcement for September 20th of this month. So Nikon Rumors says, I remind you that Camera Insider doesn't have a good track record when it comes to Nikon gear. But then again, sometimes Nikon Rumors doesn't get it right either. So it's easy to throw stones, I guess. But obviously we'll know when it happens. But I think they kind of blew the momentum of the excitement, to be honest with you, on that camera body a little bit by it not coming out by now. But we will see what happens when it actually comes out.
And one of the things that Sony Alpha Romeo was saying was that it was delayed because of the release from Sony and their cameras. And I think if that's the case, we see what the camera looks like. Some people are saying it's going to be a street photography camera, but it has the flip out screen, and we know video is a new thing. I think it'll have video, but to what level? And I think if they're basing it on the same price point as that A7C2, you want to at least give it enough to compete with that camera, because some people are just price buyers. Specs, okay, but then what are the features? And even though people take photos, I like the old style one. That's for us older people who've been doing film. But for those who are doing video and love the ZFC, now they have something in full frame that can also do video. So if you can compete with the Sony, that's something they can look at as well.
It'll have to be soon.
Let's hope.
Oh, David's having a sidebar.
David's talking to somebody else.
I'm going to let you guys pick up on stuff that's going on in the chat for a second. I got to get something to drink. I'm like all dried out in my throat here, so I'm going to be back in a second.
Before I better leave now then.
David, I don't know, but you're not muted. I don't know if you know, but you're not muted.
Don't be mean. I think most people buy a Z8 or a Z9. They usually know how to use a camera by then. It's only for the enthusiasts that don't know anything about cameras that bought something they shouldn't have.
You just described pretty much everybody in the Z8 group on Facebook.
Yeah, probably.
Well, there are a lot of people waiting for something new from Nikon, and if the autofocus is great, they can afford it, they're going to get it. Not necessarily mean that they're going to utilize all the features or not to utilize it, but they want to get a Nikon, so they jumped onto that bandwagon. And a friend of mine is saying, I prefer they delay it and get it super right than release a rush camera. I think they're trying to see what Canon do, etc. I think, yeah, you're right. As far as competition, you got to see what the competition is doing. Because we know sometimes when they put out these cameras, there are extra features that they hold on to that may not have been perfected yet. So you don't want to put out something that doesn't work well. And if they work close, in my mind, if they have something, and I really do hope they have something like that Sony feature where it's the AI thing, you can click on the screen, you can track you around the screen and walk around. Different camera manufacturers are starting to implement that as well. So why not Nikon? If they've been working on it, maybe they're trying to hold off until, Z9 II or whatever. But, what Sony's been doing is any new technology they're putting out, it doesn't matter what the new camera is. It doesn't have to be the top level camera. They're sticking it in there. It's a new technology, but the older camera getting it, and some of the the Sony folks are upset because, the A1 doesn't have some of these features. The A7R5, in my case, when I had that camera, the advanced stability was really good on it, and the ZV-1 improved upon that one, but added more feature. Now here comes the A7C2 and the A7R CR that also have some of those features and more stuff. And you're like, what the heck? My camera costs tons more than that. Why can't I get the firmware update? But they're not adding it. They're just like putting out new cameras with these new features.
The only time they're updating firmware is when they come out with another body.
And pretty much, yeah.
That's their approach, unfortunately, because like I said, their mindset is yes, they're making cameras and they make good cameras, but they still have the mindset of an electronics consumer manufacturer, and that's why they keep popping out model after model after model. And like you said, it's disappointing that they're not updating firmware for people that invested in the brand, because that gets very, very frustrating. you know, some of those bodies obviously weren't very cheap, and if you're not getting any progressive firmware improvements to the camera body, that they're not doing their fans any favors, because you can't just turn around 6 months later and say, gee, I like what they put in that other camera, I'm going to go buy another camera, and then 6 months later or 4 months later, I'm going to buy another camera. It's like, I don't know, but most people can't afford to just keep leapfrogging like that. I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like, on influencers that you see would come out with a video like, oh, I'm going to get with my A7 IV, I'm going to get the A7C. I'm like, why? I mean, it's the same sensor. It has a few more features, but it's going to overheat in a smaller body. I don't know.
Jeff, I don't know if you noticed, David's taking off. He just doesn't want to anger everyone that's shooting Astro with his lights. So,
all right. So
David,
we heard a rumor that David does some of his best work in the dark, so he is now in the dark. Everyone.
Hey, Joe Manda is in a waiting room to come in.
Oh, yeah. Should we let him in, guys? I don't know. He's kind of young. He doesn't fit in. We're all old farts, and we're going to bring in the young guy. He's gonna make us look older if we put him on the screen.
We couldn't look older.
Okay, Joe. Now that we all look much older now, Joe, because you're on. So welcome.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Improving the demographics here.
It's going, man. It's going downhill fast, but we're here. We put you on so you could bring us back up.
I don't know about that. I don't really have anything to say. I just wanted to come by and say hi and to say that everyone in here.
You just wanted to come by and look young.
To me.
Yeah, all these young guys, man. It's like, oh, I feel so old.
Just wanted a Saturday night ego boost.
Yeah, when my kids are older than you, Joe, I tell you, it does make me age quicker on live, man. I feel old right now. My heart's.
Oh, you're all young.
I'm getting hot now. I'm getting hot. Wayne, one thing you said, which is, it's like these camera manufacturers, whether we want to say they're on a 2-year development cycle or a 4-year development cycle or whatever, it's like unless these brands kind of have secret meetings and they all rub elbows and leak a little bit what they're doing to the other guy or whatever, it's kind of hard when one manufacturer comes out with another camera, and then we all hope that, okay, now the brand that you might own is going to definitely leapfrog that one or equal it in some way, when you really there's no clue whether that can happen or not, because they've already set their design set in stone for a while. They can't necessarily see what Sony popped out and then instantaneously respond, because they've already locked their design in and it may or may not have those features. So it's all like it's an interesting little guessing game that they all play in terms of, what's the new tech? What are we going to put in it? What's the other guy going to do? What do we think the other guy's going to do? But it's not something like if two camera brands were going to release a product, let's say within 1 or 2 months of each other, whoever comes out first has something that the other guy doesn't have. He may say, you know what? He may not be happy. May say, oh crap, that ain't what we have. Too late, man. You're already locked in. You're gonna, whatever you put out, and then everybody's gonna beat you up because you don't have that widget that the other guy has. But it's a tough game of it's like a tough game of chess. You don't get to see where the other guy's pieces are on the board. It's all guesswork.
Competitive intelligence.
Internally, it may also be the engineers and what they're doing. I just watched Cinedy's video with the engineers from Fujifilm about the GFX 100, and was asking, why didn't you guys, put a flip screen in this thing, since you're basically turning this camera in like a cinema medium format camera? And they said, well, they discussed it, and they figured most of the people who bought this camera in the past were people who did photography. So they figured most people going to buy this camera are people who do photography. But you've added some cinematic features inside this camera to record all up to 8K. people want something that kind of flip out, and especially if you're going to put it in a rig and a battery. If the screen doesn't flip out, it kind of makes things a bit more difficult. Now you have to add screen and other things to it. And one of the things he said was, well, he wanted it, one of the engineers, but when talking to the other guys, as I said earlier, they figured that the people who are going to buy this camera would be okay with the screen the way it is. And I got to figure it was the same thing with the Z8 when they'll put it out. Do we do that kind of flip out screen, or do we just do a tilt out like we've been doing all the time? So internally, they're having their own things. They're looking at the competition, this is what the competition is doing. You're looking at your customers, hearing what the customers are saying, and then if they decide, well, what's going to make the most sales for us? What's going to be better for us? It's a big thing for the engineers, and of course, now you have the financial guys who are talking as well. And usually, when finance gets inside of it, it's like, no, let's just use all these parts that we already have. Do that in the future. We'll see how the sales go.
Well, and you're trying to, and sometimes this hurts you. Sometimes you're trying to play to what you consider your base, and your base might be people that are all older than 50 years old, let's say that's your base, but you need to look beyond the base, and you need to put some stuff in your equipment that is maybe stuff that the 20-year-olds are looking for. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you don't want to irritate the base, but at the same time, you have to have a balance. You have to try to satisfy the base, not irritate the base, but at the same time, you need to be able to put stuff into the camera that gets younger people excited about it, because they're the ones that are going to be buying cameras from you for the next 40 years, and we're not going to be around for another 40 years. So
yes, you will, Jeff.
Say again, Joe.
It's like, well, hey, I want to do a shout out to our friend John Ishii, who obviously is probably stole the Fuji camera that he just did a review on when he was in the camera store the other day. And that's probably why we don't see him on the show tonight, because he's on the run and he's a wanted man. But I want to, tip my hat off to him for doing his video. It was cool that he obviously buys enough gear from that store for them to set up a nice table for him, for them to give him different components of the camera so he could do a review of the GFX 100 Series 2. And a few things on the Fuji rumor site is it states that GFX 102 has, well, it can do up to 8 stops of IBIS, but it's completely dependent on what lens you put on the camera. Some lenses will give you 8 stops, some lenses won't. And as John said, the camera body sells for $74.99.
Good value.
And now they also announced on that event that they just had, they announced a 55 millimeter f1.7, a 30 millimeter f5.6, and 110 millimeter f5.6, and they're all tilt shift lenses.
Jeez.
And the 55 millimeter costs $22.99. The 30 millimeter costs $39.99. The 110 millimeter costs $34.99. And then they announced their battery grip, which is $4.99. But that's amazing that they announced 3 lenses and they're all tilt shift lenses. That is really, really kind of like, wow, man.
Landscape.
That tells you what their market is,
Yeah,
Exactly. Landscape.
yeah.
The question is whether John took it to Nepal with him. He
No,
borrowed it for a
didn't get
demo
one.
to Nepal.
No, they don't have that to sell yet, so he couldn't take one. I know he may get one. He already has the 50 and 100, so I don't think he's going to go for this one just yet.
Yeah. And then there was one other thing on Fuji Rumors that I wrote down, is that a source contacted Fuji Rumors to state that that Fuji's going to launch a very small digital camera in September. So we shall wait and see. And there was no clarification as to what it was going to be at all. other than that one statement. So we'll have to see if Fuji surprises us with another camera body sometime this month.
But somebody was talking for
Wait.
the GFS 100 that they are going to manufacture a 500 millimeter f4. That will be that will be a lens.
Wrong market for it.
Exactly.
Wrong market.
It's
like
interesting
video.
that Fuji's going to release a new camera. You don't know anything about it though, right?
No.
Because they still haven't caught up with the X100V.
Yeah.
You still can't even get those. You got to wait for months for those.
I'd like to compare it with the Hasselblad X2D. See how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, if the Fuji really looks, it looked that GFX 102 is a very, very nice looking and capable camera. I mean, I guess if you're gonna like knock it versus a Hasselblad, then it really comes down to the
Fuji.
it comes down to the shutter where you could shoot at any. Flash sync is
You leave
there's
shot
no
in
limit
the
on the flash sync speed on the Hasselblad lenses,
Up to
versus,
2000.
Oh yeah, and they had IBIS as well in there too, so you can handhold that sucker and shoot it. So
yeah.
that's
But the price point's a lot different too, because those Hasselblad lenses are a lot more expensive too.
But they're worth it.
leave shot
Both
inside
lenses are good though.
expensive.
Fuji or Hasselblad.
Yeah.
Top lenses.
So who's going to get one?
Yeah.
But
So
it's
the only
good that
person who think that may get one is John, and he's not here to answer that.
Yeah, John. We're gonna put it all on John and say John's the one that's gonna sneak one in there, and he's gonna tell his wife, hey, you got the Hasselblad, I'm gonna get the Fuji.
The way you
Well,
guys
yeah,
talk
well,
about
he
these
has
other
to.
camera bands, it
He
makes
has
it
a 50
sound
and
so
he has a 100.
naughty.
I'd love to compare the two though.
Oh, behave, Roy.
I want one.
Oh,
There you go.
Roy, do you have any? I want to know do you have any shelf space left to fit any more camera stuff?
Hang on. I've got about
Huh?
a foot left. Just enough for another camera.
Wow, it's amazing how that background curled up like that. That's
Plenty of room behind the forest.
It looked like it was digital, but it's not. It's an actual background.
It is digital. I took it the other day.
No, and I'm saying like a screen, you can do these things. I don't think you can do it in this program. Like in Zoom, you can add like a digital background.
but going back to the camera, I think it's good that that camera exists, right?
Yeah.
And certainly, if I were dedicated 100% to landscape, I would be looking at a camera, correct?
Yeah.
Well, it's not only landscape now. Now that they've changed it in IBIS and now the video features go all the way up to 8K, they're also touting it towards cinema people as well. So it's a whole new world. Everybody wants video, and Fuji's jumping on there with a 100 megapixel camera. So
I don't think the GFX is really a video camera though.
well, based
like
upon the
that,
specifications that they've added to this one, all the way up to 8K cinema, they're doing anamorphic squeeze and de-squeeze. There's a lot of cinema features built into this camera.
Why?
Hey,
Not to
Jeff and Leslie, I
mention
want to say good night to you guys, and thanks for stopping by. We appreciate it, and have a good shoot. I'm sure you're going out to get some great shots. I know you've been busy with a lot of stuff, so good luck to you. Have a good time. Get some good images and get some shots to share for the next photo review. I'm going to do a plug here for the next photo review, man.
So, question for you guys. I know I was dreaming about the Z6 III on Friday. Like, what do I want it to have? And I just want to see if this technology I've imagined in my mind, if this exists, or if this is just a figment of my imagination, if it's just not real. Is there such a camera that has a 50 megapixel sensor that you use for photos, and then when you switch to video, you can switch it to less megapixels but still have full frame readout? Is that a
can
thing,
switch
or does
to
that not exist yet?
No reason why you
You're
couldn't
taking-
do that. But shrinking down the megapixels is sometimes messy. Depends on how they do it. It needs a lot of processing to actually shrink the actual image down, unless you're bending lines or pixels.
And I think that's what they do in the videos. They're going to bin it because the A7R5, you can switch down for photo purposes, but then when it comes to the video, you don't make any changes. The camera does it all internally. So if you do 8K, it's not using the full sensor, it's cropping the center somewhat. And 4K 60 doesn't go to 4K 120. But it has the capability to do it. And then, of course, in addition to full frame 4K, you can do Super 35 4K as well.
But if it's got
It's
enough
kind of like the
processing
settings.
power,
It is the same thing.
it's always better to downsize it than bend the pixels.
Yeah. 'Cause I plan on testing out the 5.8K DX setting on the camera to see what it looks like, because I haven't dived into that yet. And I was just with my Sony lens yesterday and I was like, I should try this on this camera and see what it looks like. 5.8K, 6K RAW, or just regular 6K on the camera and to see what it looks like with a APS-C lens.
Totally. But man, that new Black Magic they just came out with is pretty sick with the L mount on it.
Oh yeah,
It's a really nice drop. Full frame. They're actually, I think it's their first full frame cinema camera. So that's pretty big news.
well, the Pocket Cinema 4K, 6K, 6K Pro has always been APS-C. I think the 4K was Micro Four Thirds, and now they've gone to full frame. But going to full frame, you've lost the ND filter, so that may have to do a different body. Because one of the things they explain is the lens flange and how far from the sensor the lens is going to be. They couldn't add in the ND filters, so they now have to put it on the front of the camera. Most people want it to be inside the camera, but going with Leica, the L-mount Alliance, you have multiple manufacturers that are making lenses that things already. Panasonic, Olympus, Leica. So you have multiple choices out there. There are other cameras out there that make a lens for this stuff. So if you decide to go on that camera, it was like $25.95 or something like that. For what it is, it's not a bad price because it also has like built-in audio and a bunch of those things. And now it autofocuses.
I love the screen in the back of the pocket. I'd love a screen that size on all cameras.
Yes.
I don't care about the batteries. I want the screen.
Put a grip on it or use the power delivery port. And that's what I've been saying for, these cameras. They should have at least by now, you have your Hasselblad and your Fujifilm, and these cameras that are having like a 3.6 inch screen. We got a 3.2 inch, but the actual border and, the unused space that's on that thing is about 4 inches. So imagine if they shrunk that space in the same size, you could probably have a 3.6 or somewhere around there for your viewing area and that thing. So,
but Wayne, I presume when they refer to internal ND filters, those are electronic, correct? They are not actual filters.
Yeah, they're electronic.
They just reduce the sensitivity of the sensor. Okay.
Yes, right. It goes in front of the sensor. You push the button. It's kind of like on a camcorder. You just do it and it takes care of it automatically.
Exactly.
So the cinema cameras have that as well. But when you put it into a smaller camera, if you notice the 6K Pro that had it, the flange was bigger than the standard 4K or 6K. So now this one, because they've decided to go strictly not using Canon stuff anymore, now they've gone to Leica lens. Sorry, L mount. Then now they can't fit it in there.
I want to try one.
Well, you can get that. You can get the ND filter in that $25,000 camera that came out.
Oh yeah, it's definitely in there.
That's in there. Another thing that popped out is those of you looking for L brackets for the Z9. I guess the three-legged thing came out with one that's $149.99. So that you could find on. You could find that at your local whoever you buy your gear from.
I got the small rig one because it was out first.
And then Ulanzi was advertising a new U-mic wireless microphone system. If they're putting mics on for like doing interviews and stuff, or everybody's wearing a mic and having a conversation type of thing. So they have that on sale on their site for $79.99 right now, 20% off. Expires tomorrow. Has a 100-meter transmission range, and it's worth looking into if you interview people or do a lot of B-roll, and you're narrating and for your footage as a content creator. So you might want to check that out on Ulanzi's website, this new microphone system they have for $80 roughly. And then this is all tied in with, let's see, you have give me a second here. This is tied in with Sony, that you can now order the 70 to 182 f2.8 for $12.99. Tamron you can now actually order it. And Sony has a review on their website or on the rumor site for this new monitor and control app that they came out with. That's for the FX3, the FX6, and the FX30. So there is a review of that feature set on Nikon Alpha Rumors right now.
It works great.
And
downloading and testing it, it works really well. There's very little delay.
Let's see what I'm just gonna look over to the chat, guys. Are we missing anything in the chat that other than people dropping off because we started the show late and people are getting tired quicker and they're leaving?
And we're boring them.
And we're boring them.
Well, and seeing as we're talking about all these fancy new cameras, I decided to replace my Pocket 2 this week at long last, and I picked up the ZV-1 at a very good price off Facebook Marketplace, and I've just been loving it.
Nice.
You have to keep us informed.
Oh yeah, 100%. No, honestly, it's been great. I wanted to get something that I could use more for like just street photography when I'm walking to and from work. And I love my Z6, but it's not really like office pocketable, if that makes sense. Like I get to the office and my boss is like, "Oh, what were you shooting?" And I'm like, nothing for our company, just stuff for me, right? So I kind of like having something just a bit smaller, and I'm just waiting on the mount for the front of it, so I can put my old wide angle adapter on it for vlogging, just to get a bit more width on it. Because when you use it without the active state turned on, it's really, really stable, or it's not stable, but it looks great. But when you throw that active state on, it's honestly, I'm impressed with how good the stabilization is on it, but it punches in quite a lot. So thinking I'll try out this wide angle adapter when I'm wanting to vlog.
Real Nikon lover, and Wayne made a comment back to him as he's asking if there's any recommendations for an 8K 32-inch monitor for his PC. And
BenQ.
Yeah, BenQ. Yeah, I'm not. Do they have an 8K out though?
I can't remember. Like I've got to get a new screen because my LG's dying quickly. It's only a couple of years old, but because it's OLED, they tend to lose contrast very quickly.
Yeah, I don't think there's an 8K. As far as I know, the 5K that Apple has that's out there, but I don't think anybody makes an 8K monitor at this point. They'll probably be really pricey
This
as well.
one's 4K, so it's a couple of years old now.
No, the new one, the 32, isn't that 5K? Oh, Chuck's getting ready to leave.
Oh, Chuck, you're taking off on us, my friend. Have a good night.
Good night, Chuck.
Take care, buddy.
Night, Chuck.
Have a good one. I hope we see you again next week. And make sure you get your hair cut, man. You got to keep that look. You got to keep that look going.
Take care, Chuck, man. It's good to see you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess
Every day we don't.
AK
sorry, go ahead.
AK TVs are out there. I guess a few of them, but I don't know about AK monitors for
Yeah, there's some AK monitors out there.
Are there?
Yeah.
Not many.
Any that you find interesting?
None that I've personally used. No, I know Dell has one.
They look pretty good. I just regret getting an OLED one.
Yeah, 4,400 for a Samsung version, and the Dell one doesn't have a price, at least not on Amazon. Up to Dell site.
You're lucky that's cheap. I just threw out a 19-inch CRT that cost me about 15,000 in the 80s, and that was a lot of money then.
Yeah.
You're not keeping that for your future museum?
No, I've got a garage full of computer gear. I've got to clean it out.
Hey, Maz.
Yeah.
Other than the Dell and the Samsung, anybody else makes them?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. I know there's only a few out there.
I'll still be looking at 4K at this stage. But I don't do video.
Yeah, it's like that Apple one is 6K.
Yeah, the Apple. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's also pricey as well.
Well, yeah. Anything that has an Apple stuck on it is expensive.
And unupgradable.
Yeah.
Well, you can. They just don't make it, easy for you to do. Like I've seen a video of people have been taken out.
Whoops.
It comes with and upgrading it to something more. It's not the easiest thing, but it doesn't mean it can't be done. It's just Apple doesn't make it that easy after the fact.
Yeah.
Well, and a lot of their new stuff, you can't because of the unified memory, right? Like I used to have a Mac Mini back in the day, and I think I had like 8 gigs of RAM in it. No, I had 4. And that older model, you could actually get into it and then put in micro RAM to like jump it up. But I remember I was working on it and I ended up cutting the SATA wire. So I had to buy a new SATA wire, and the whole thing kind of worked. But then when I was living overseas in Seoul, I heard this click sound, and they're prone to power surges in Seoul. And I was like, oh, whatever. So I turned the computer on again, and then I just hear a puff of smoke go shooting out from it. Like, well, I'm going to get a Microsoft Surface now and fall on it and crush it with my Mac and get another Mac.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like now the processor with unified memory, you got to get the memory up front. You can always get external storage, but if you want the extra memory, you buy it up front because you can't get it after the fact.
Yeah, you got to get you get it now or now. It's a now or never approach, right? You get it now or you're never getting it.
Yeah.
But honestly, you can get by with less. I find like the computer I'm running right now is 8 gigs of RAM. Like but it's got the M1 chip in it, and I think I've had this computer now for about 4 years, and I can run Final Cut on it. I can run Capture One, no issues.
That's the M1 Air.
Yeah.
Is that your belly?
No, that's it.
I use it for a bit, and it's
The
pretty
dog
good.
here wanted to go out. Let me take care of it.
Okay. Yeah, I was surprised with the Air because that's basically what got me to get my 16-inch because I bought it for my wife to replace hers. I was failing. And when I used it to do some 4K editing, it was faster than my AMD 2950 with a Radeon 7 chip inside of it. I was like, okay, let me try the 16-inch when it got released. And I was like, what was it? I think it was like 15 minutes or 11 minutes. I know I did a video on it for the PC. Went to 9 minutes, same video for rendering on the M1 Air. And on a 16-inch MacBook Pro Max, it went to like 2 minutes and change. And I was like, that's it, I'm getting it. This will serve me for a few years.
Oh, it's crazy. And I mean, even DaVinci runs really well on the M1 chips too. And sorry, I meant I have a Mac Mini, not Mac Air. So I've got like one Mac thing, and then I've just got all these like old PC displays wired into it. But it works really well. But guys, we'll have to ask Gustavo when he comes back. But I have a vision for something, maybe about a year and a half from now. what if once Chuck is fully recovered, we've got some ground under us, I'm married, that's done too. What if we all met up to go to one of the big camera conventions? You know, we always are meeting up weekly and this is cool, but what if we actually had like a live cast with everyone that usually attends at one of those ones either in LA or in New York?
Well, there's been talk of trying to do that at some events, but it's just some of us can't take the time away or whatever. It's been hard. I mean, Chuck wrangled a few viewers to go with him to B&H Photo that one time, but I think they have that big wedding expo in California, and I think people were trying to get people to go to that, but I don't know that even really happened. It just seems, I mean, I'd love to meet everybody, but for me, with my limited budget, I mean, if I'm going to plan a trip, I want it to be I want it to be a photocentric trip versus a say hi to everybody trip, because I just don't have the dough to do a lot of traveling, so it's hard for me anyway. I can't speak for anybody else, but
Try and do it while you still can, though.
I think everybody wants to do it, but it hasn't happened yet, although it's an honorable idea, and I think everybody would enjoy actually saying he does exist. It's real. It wasn't a fake thing on the screen.
AI.
Yeah, it's not AI. Jeff really is bald. We thought that was fake.
I'd say go to Mongolia, check out the Gobi Desert or someplace else if you like the other thing. But I know it's a long trip to get there. You'd have to, spend a couple good weeks to really appreciate it. Not the country itself, but get acclimated before you start running around doing things. So generally, that's like a 3-week trip. 2 weeks if you're just really, pushing it.
I've never gone anywhere for 3 weeks in my life.
What?
No. Most time I've ever taken vacation has been 2 weeks, stops. I've never gone anywhere. I've never gone to any destination in my life for 3 weeks.
You're lucky. I've had my life on the move.
Yeah.
I was born in England. I've only spent a few years over there. 5 years or something.
I've been trying to work my vacation in when I was working, and I think I got almost 4 weeks of time. Basically, come to Southeast Asia. I don't normally stick in one country. Get the flight, go over, and then you bounce around in different places. So I went to Shanghai for a wedding, went up to Beijing to check that out, went on to Hong Kong. So at least 2 places. I would go to 2 cities, if not 3, if the time allows. So you make advantage of that, 3-week time period. Because usually you need a couple of days to acclimate first and then start to run around like a crazy person. And of course, you need a vacation from your vacation when you get back home.
Totally. I remember my
what right now, Wayne? What is your home base right now? Do you have a home base per se?
I would say Malaysia, because they give you like 90 days up front, and when you go in, it's 90 days. I'm still trying to figure out what they can give, because I've been here March, June, and now. Hopefully, I'm not overstay my welcome. But we're going to go back to Thailand for the winter months. For at least 2 months, we're going to be in Thailand, and then we may come back here or may go to we call that place Bali. So it's here there are not many places that give you 90 days that you want to stay. Also, the Philippines does, but it's not the greatest. And it's like since the pandemic, Philippines was inexpensive, but now it's like a lot of places closed, so whatever is open, they're pricey. So it's not like that cheap stuff you used to see people do videos on, and it's great. I would love if I could stay in like Shanghai for a bit or someplace in China to move around, but nowadays with what's going on in China, it's not on the list of places that I want to go. I want to go to Vietnam, but then I'm worried because people talk about, people getting their camera gear stolen and things like that. So there's things that have put me off from some places. It's like the safety aspects of things. They're great places that you want to see, but then you have to worry about, you're carrying all your gear, and someone just picks you up on a bike and run off with it would just really suck.
Here's a message for you, Wayne, from Sanjit.
Oh yeah, I know John mentioned that one to me, but I'm past. Is that the? Oh, that's Bangkok. He was told me about the vegetarian stuff in Phuket. I'm going to be in Chiang Mai in November and December. What are the dates? Let me know the dates. Maybe if we can go down there for a couple of days and see what's going on. But right now, Phuket is like off my list. The Russians have pretty much taken over there, and it's like it's not fun anymore. It's just so crazy down there. So like, as much as it's nice beaches, Phuket is off my list of places I want to go hang.
Yeah, the only spot I'm heading to is Seoul next year. I've got my wedding here in Calgary at the end of August. So then my buddy who's coming from Korea was like, "Hey, my girlfriend just booked a wedding venue for September 14th." So I'm like, "Wait, so I'm taking a week off for my wedding, and then like a week later I'm gonna have to fly to Seoul for your wedding." He's like, "Yeah." I'm like, "Man, there's gonna be a lot of flying back and forth. I'm gonna be hella jet lagged. I don't think I'll be able to get any street photography, and I'm gonna get there and just be dead." Like I've done that flight a number of times now, and I mean, I think the only time I'd be more jet lagged was when I flew to Australia in high school. Like I got there, and it was like a week. I was just a zombie.
Yeah, I came here and I stayed.
Roy, the ozone there is so thin. Like got off the plane, and I was like, oh. I don't know. I don't need to wear sunscreen. This is fine. I think I got 10 steps outside the airport, and I already had a sunburn. Like it was just brutal.
Well, you're from Canada, so that would be a culture shock as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
All that sunshine.
Yeah, it was. Well, Roy, when I moved to Seoul, it was I think 4 a.m. here when I flew out the first time, and there was a blizzard. It was minus 35. It was middle of March. Like it was just brutal. But I got to the airport and I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt. Yeah, I was wearing shorts and a t-shirt because I was like, it's going to be 10 degrees in Korea. Like that's basically summer. I got off the plane and the head teacher's wearing full snow gear, and she looks at me. She's like, "Why are you like this?" I'm like, "You hired a Canadian. Like, what are you expecting? This is wonderful."
Hey Joe, Verhagen wants to know who's shooting your wedding.
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not 100% sure yet. I have a buddy that might be doing it, and if not him, our wedding planner. We've got this really great event planner that's going to be helping us, so she's going to be bringing us a few, but I will definitely be pretty picky, so it should be fun and be like, no.
I thought you were doing your own with an iPhone.
Oh, I mean, iPhones are better than Z8s, obviously, right? I mean, they're definitely equivalent.
Blasphemy.
Big weight difference. Big weight difference.
Yeah, iPhone's way more.
You couldn't get Taylor Jackson? He's in Canada.
No, he's busy. He's so busy. I was gonna set my Z6 up with the amazing Nikon Bridge app and take some photos myself. Might be able to get one photo every 3 hours once it actually connects. Don't go cheap on wedding photos. No, I'm not for sure. I want to get someone that video for the wedding, not really a big concern for me. Like so many of the videos are like commercials of people's wedding, but the photos, yeah, I think that's big. Like that's really something you can hold on to and look back on. And I want to make sure I get someone good for sure, Vahagan. That's a good point.
Don't be that. Don't be.
Trust me, you're not that.
Don't
you're not that guy, pal.
Yeah. You don't want to be that guy that when you walk down the street, all the birds start going cheap, cheap, cheap.
Well, they do when it comes to buying camera gear, Jeff. Like I went to the camera store the other day to buy a bag for the ZV-1, and like the guy looked at me. He's like, "What do you want?" Because I always go there for the free section, and I was like, "Oh no, I'm going to buy something this time." And he was like, "Oh come on!" So gets me the bag, and then he's like, "So is that all for you?" I said, "Nope, I'm going to go to the free section." I got a free, God, what's that lens? The Russian one. It's M42 50 mil. Forget what they're called. Venus Optics, I think. Anyways, they had one of those. I was like, I'll take this too. He's like, of course you got something free. I'm like, yeah, of course.
I wish I had a camera store that had a free section. Never heard of that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's killer. They have this little section that just says free for a good home. And whenever they've got people coming by, a lot of people just have gear that they just kind of donate to the store. And I mean, obviously you don't want to roll through and pillage it too much, but you know, if you're walking by and there's a lens that looks like it could use a good home, I mean, as a community member, I feel the need to give that lens a home, to make a very questionable review of it on my Z6.
Well, I was saying Helios. Is it a Helios lens?
That's right. That's
Hold on, I'll grab it just a second.
You have it? Yeah.
50% of them actually work.
Yeah, it's a Jupiter. I think it's a Jupiter.
Oh, Jupiter. Yeah.
I hate to say, I've got that lens.
Yeah.
Of course you do, Roy. You've probably got a collection of stuff.
See, what you got to do is make up a list of what you want, and then you contact Roy and you see if he's be willing to sell it to you.
I've been giving away a lot of stuff lately, so.
Roy has a free section now.
I think Roy's collection is larger than the entire camera store's inventory.
But let me throw this back up. We still have a good amount of people. As a reminder, and Joe, since you got in here after I had this up, just so reminder, October 7th photo review. I've actually got 5 photos in the queue already that I've gotten from people for this show. So don't be afraid to send them in. And we've been having some we've had some really impressive photo reviews the last couple times, I think. And we've had a lot of participation. And when we started doing it, we pulled in a few people that had not shared their work before that are now sharing it regularly on the photo review. So that's a big thing for me. I like seeing us being able to pull people in and willing to share their stuff. Joe's getting ready to take off. Joe, you got anything you want to leave us with, food for thought or something that we should worry about?
I mean, there's always lots of stuff to worry about, Jeffrey. I mean, iPhones are replacing cameras, clearly. Like, that's the moral of the story with young people under the age of 30. No, it's great seeing everyone. There are a lot coming up on my channel. I'm actually heading out on a PTO here, not next week, but the week after, to California. So looking forward to do that. But if you guys are into street photography, I will be dropping my street photography course on October 14th. It's also the same day I'll be doing a live stream from the camera store on street photography. So it's going to be me as well as one of my buddies that lives in Seoul currently. We'll be doing sort of basics, how to get into it. It's not really a masterclass because I'm not a masterclass level photographer, but I am an energetic photographer. So that's really what the point of the course is, to get you motivated. And I mean, we've all done it. You're sitting there, you're watching the street photography videos in Japan. You're like, wait, why am I not out doing it? So it's kind of meant to get you off the couch, because it got me off the couch to make. So I look forward to sharing that with you guys. Vahagan, yes, I am. I'm going to San Francisco for about 10 days there to see my future in-laws. So it's going to be nice, because I spent some time in Napa Valley and not doing any work at all. But I will shoot some very questionable footage with my ZV-1, so it'll be good.
Hey, you came up with another a niche that you can call yourself the energetic photographer. There you go.
There you go.
You should copy Richard Simmons. Watch some of his videos. Get some of those shorts.
Awesome, guys. Well, hey, have a great night, guys, and cheers. Great seeing y'all.
Take it
All right,
easy.
Joe, take care.
Have a good one, Joe.
Yeah. Good night.
Night.
Let me say something. As Joe mentioned about the iPhone, and something I forgot to mention when we were talking about the ZF and the Sony cameras. If Apple did the onstage or whatever that feature is, where when you're on a call, it can move you around. It can track you around the screen. that seems to be something more like software than it is hardware. If Nikon could implement that, they'd basically be on par with Sony with their feature, because it's not a new thing; it's been around. It's iPhones had it, now so they're utilizing it. They were having it in the PTZ camera earlier in the year. Now they have it under mirrorless. So hopefully we will see that in the ZF.
With more megapixels.
I'm throwing Chuck's email up here. There might be, I don't know how quick a response you would get, but Maribel, checks his email. I'm sure Chuck now checks his email. If you want to drop him a line, say hello in writing. There's his email for AP Studios. So you might want to scribble that down if you wish to send him your well wishes. So I will leave that up for a few minutes. And I'm going to share with you, I think it was a few shows ago, I said I wanted to try to come up with something called Tips and Tribulations, which hasn't really taken off. Every once in a while, I'll get someone that contributes a tip and or tribulation. So this for this week, we got a tip anyway from Jeff and Leslie Photography. And so Jeff sent this it was actually a comment in one of the videos that I did on my channel, separate from the live stream. And he said, one tip for your viewers about attaching lens plates. He says, if neither the plate or the lens foot has a rubber or soft gasket, go to the hobby store and get some thin hobby foam. Mine is 0.095 thousandths of an inch, or about 2.5 millimeters. I think they sell it as 2.5 millimeters. Trace the bottom of the foot or the top of the plate. He says he does the foot, cut it out with scissors, and sandwich it between your plate and the lens foot. Poke a few holes for the screws to go through. And when it flattens out, it acts as like a little bit resistant, almost like a lock washer to keep the screws from backing out and keep things from moving around. And it may also buffer some vibration from the ground up through the tripod, but it would be minimal, if any at all. Primary benefit is to help keep the screws from backing out. So that is a tip from Jeff and Leslie. He did not have any tribulations. I did not get any tips or tribulations from anyone else. If anyone here or anyone in the chat wants
I've got one. Try your light stands that really well down when you're in the bush. Otherwise, you get blown over cliffs.
So you're saying attack a bag of rocks or something underneath?
Yeah, I had it pinned down and bagged down, sandbags, and the light stand, the light modifier, and the light all went over the cliff.
Wow.
And it's a sort of like slow motion at the time. Very painful. Glad it was only a Godox.
Well, is that a cheap shot? Underlining the word cheap. Is that a cheap shot?
Yeah, I like cheap. Lighting, I like cheap because it's disposable and blow awayable.
Here's a good question. Fel says, do you truly enjoy your gear, or do you just enjoy the tech? It feels like photographers today have more but create less, and vice versa.
Yeah.
I think your statement is probably generally correct. I myself, with the exception of my old stuff, which obviously I have to be in a different mindset and have the time to use the old stuff, which I really don't have the amount of time that I want to use that gear. But in terms of anything I buy that's modern, I do use the gear. I mean, I'm out shooting typically 3 days a week at a minimum, not full days, like half days basically. But I do get out at least 3 times year round. Winter doesn't matter. Winter, summer, spring, fall. I'm out there shooting. So I use the gear. I do use certain parts of my gear more than others, and I go through phases. I'll have a phase where I'm using the 24 to 120 a lot for certain shoots for street photography. That's all I'm going to use. For birding, depending on the time of the year, depending on the subject matter, it may be the 800. I still put my 500 PF on my camera. I have no shame in putting my 500 PF on the camera. I love that lens.
So you shouldn't.
It's really a good focal length for hummingbirds. Like the 1 to 400 at the long end, or the 500 are really good for hummingbird shots. The 800 might be a little bit much. Although, I seem to take the 800 with me a lot, because realistically, so many times in wildlife photography, especially birds, they like to stay away from people. I mean, unless you're in an area where they have gotten very acclimated to the human presence, they stay far away. I mean, my friend and I went someplace that we had never been to before, and we walked away with really nothing for pictures, because we would see a bird, I mean, really at the farthest reaches of our lens, and the bird would notice us and just disappear. It's like, holy moly, I mean, we're not even close to you, and it would because it was in an area where they rarely see a person. And it's like, I don't care how careful you are. I mean, they notice you, and they're scared to death, and they just disappear with the blink of an eye. You go to where I go now. Yeah, there are some that get pretty close, but then there are others that like tease you. They like to go out right at the fringes of the limits of whatever lens you have on your camera, and it's like, come on, guys, can you get another 100 feet closer? It would be really nice if you would do that, but unfortunately, they don't take direction well. But yeah, I mean, I use all my my new stuff I use, but my old stuff, no, it does not get used anywhere near as much as I want it to. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but
I try to use the old stuff more, but if I'm working, I need a 24 to 70, and that's about it.
No, for sure.
Yeah, it's and the more toys you buy, and now I buy stuff as a kind of like a amateur collector as well, of certain pieces of gear or certain types of cameras. So as a collector, I don't necessarily buy it with the intent of using it a lot, but I do try to buy stuff that functionally works, and I try to keep it that way.
I love those old film cameras.
I'll
make sure they're all fully functional, but I wouldn't use a film camera these days. I'm too lazy.
No, and certainly for me, it's more like a project, right? If I see something in a park, a home, and then you try to get a good capture of that species or that flower. So as soon as you identify your target, is all about the target, correct? It's all try to get that photo. So, for instance, for now, for those here that do wildlife, I have some Cassines kingbird, correct? But it's difficult they don't get closer, correct? So I have to figure it out. How can I get sufficient quality of an image? So part of that, they call it hunt, is the pleasure, correct? It's trying to see if you can overcome the limitations that all camera gear have in order to get the image that you have in your mind.
Yeah, you have to try to outthink your
exactly
your subject. Sometimes you got to outthink them, and and it's a challenge, but it makes it fun too, because when you do finally get the shot, it brings you great joy that you got it,
Exactly.
and you're
Exactly.
like, yeah, I nailed it, I got it, you know.
And sometimes you have to, let's say, so you have to wait for the right weather conditions so that the light is the type of light that you need. That is what all these wildlife photography is about, okay? So, but the gear is a tool, is a means to an end for me, correct? And that's what Jeff you're saying, correct?
Yeah.
Gear's just a distraction.
Well,
Yeah,
but I can see also that sometimes new gear can motivate people, correct? And motivate me because you have a new toy and you know it has new capabilities, correct? Like the 800 has certain new capabilities. Then you go out because you want to use that new capabilities, correct? So I'm sure that that we were talking about all these new lenses, they are very capable, but they have a particular use.
I'll say this. I was just talking with Phil inside that chat. There's a ton of stuff that I took in Mongolia and shot around Malaysia that I haven't put out in any video just yet. My last video about the tree moment with the Nikon, it was like almost a 30-minute video, and I chopped it up, and left out some of the stuff in there because, like, the Gobi stuff. Jeff had asked about seeing that. I took some of that stuff out because, again, runtime. I've been watching, what my videos been doing for the last few videos out there. I'm like, they're not even peaking 1,000 views. I'm like, okay, I don't want to make it too long. If it's too long and people are not watching it, then you kind of kill the time. So I'm going to have to work on like a specific Mongolia video, the Gobi Desert, just kind of put that out there as well. But there are tons of folders of stuff that I have that I like edit, run it through, cutting the videos down, put them in a folder. And now I have to sit down and tell the story and get it to a point where I feel that it's attention grabbing. You just don't want to throw things out there. You're trying to make it, interesting for people to watch more than just a few people. So there's tons of stuff that I have. The Z8 has basically got me excited about utilizing it. And sometimes I take it out, I may not take it out in a bag, I may shoot something, but I use it a lot. There's just a lot of stuff that's created. I have like gigabytes worth of stuff. I have to move them off the computer and put them external drive, but I just need to get around to editing them so you guys can see it. It's a pain.
That's kind of become what I used to enjoy it a lot more than I do now. I enjoy, as Gustavo says, I enjoy the hunt. I enjoy the challenge. I enjoy taking the shots, and not so much anymore going through them all. I mean, it's almost like, can I please win the lottery so I can hire someone to go through all my pictures for me? That would be so nice.
Yeah, some people like Photoshop.
I would ask Tim, but I know I couldn't afford him.
Time is something.
I got plenty enough of my own. I need to edit.
Flip through things really quick. Now it's like you take much longer to edit the photos, which is why I try to get it right in camera so I don't have to do too much of it after the fact. And the video stuff, it's usually put it together with telling the story the right way.
Well, I told Tim this story. I went out. What was it now? Today's was it Friday? I think it was Friday. I went out shooting Friday in my usual spot, and there was an eagle in a tree, extremely strongly backlit. It wasn't worth taking a picture of it from the vantage point that most of us were standing at the time, because there's no way you're going to crank up your exposure compensation enough to get any kind of detail on the eagle at all, and then it would be very grainy, and then the background would look horrible anyway. So everybody's like, oh no, it's lighting is horrible, we can't get a shot or whatever. So I had just met a guy for the first time that lived in Myrtle Beach, but he lived up in North Myrtle Beach, and he was coming down. And as everybody was saying, oh, we can't get a shot of this eagle, woe is me, it's not going to work out, the lighting's bad, I just smiled a little smile, and he looked at me and I says, You want to get a good shot of the eagle? And he goes, yeah, lead the way. So you got this thing that God gave you. It's called a pair of legs. You got to be willing to walk. So we walk around so that we're approaching it from behind and walk into the woods part way. And I sent Tim a picture of it. I took hundreds of shots, beautiful shots with the 800, full frame images of this eagle on the top branch of a tree. Absolutely tack sharp, beautiful light. Had to bring up the shadows slightly on the just to show a little more detail in the feathers. Other than that, absolutely beautiful. And so we took our shots. We did a little video. We walked out of the woods. The guy gives me a fist pump, and he says, "Thanks for doing that." I go, "Yeah, but good for us, but we're not going to say anything to anybody else because they're not smart enough to walk and figure anything out." We got the shot, but there you go. We got the shots. No one else did because we were willing to do a little work to get it, and that's what it comes down to with like Gustavo when he's setting up and trying out the auto capture feature, the new feature on the Z9 and making use of that and getting the birds just as they fly out of the hole in the tree and food coming in and them flying out and stuff like that. I mean, all that stuff is a lot of preparation and a lot of time. And I think us as the creator probably we get the most enjoyment out of the end result. I mean, but people that may look at our images, or let's say you made a print and you were trying to sell it or something, they just look at it and think that, oh yeah, and I could get that if I had time, I could get that with
on their iPhone.
With my iPhone or whatever, I could get that picture. Why should I pay you for it? And that's when you get depressed because they have no clue how much time you spent, how much effort you spent.
No, they don't.
You get that one shot of something, and someone thinks, oh yeah, I can go there next weekend and get it, and then you explain, I've been going there for 6 years. I got one shot that looks like that of that subject. 6 years, and I got one shot that looks like that, but they don't appreciate that.
Well,
No, they don't.
sure, yeah, and I'm sure it's not only about wildlife. It's this kind of field craft. It's for every type of photography, correct? It's
Yeah.
So
Let me ask you a question. The active dynamic lighting. What do you usually have it set for your camera?
I think I think I have it one notch above normal.
Okay. And if you saw my last video what I took with that eagle, I had set it to high because I wanted to get, because of the sky, I was experimenting with different things, and the high kind of got me some of the details from below, even with the blue sky. So Pharaoh Man was out there with me, and what's one thing I was saying, change it up. We're here shooting different things. The whole idea is to get to know the camera and see what works in different scenarios. And when I took the first one and I got that, I was like, okay, when I'm shooting things in the sky, I use active lighting, so it brings up some of that shadow area, so you can get some more details out of that.
Yeah, and I've tried the what do you call it? The mode for that helps suppress highlights. You mean
which one?
That helps suppress highlights.
Oh, okay.
I've used
so
that.
You do like, instead of doing the entire sensor area, you kind of do like a spot or average.
No.
Change the side. Which one?
No, it's I'm trying to think of the technical name for it. I'll have to.
Highlight weighted metering.
What's that? It's in the
highlight weighted metering.
Yeah, highlight weighted metering. Yeah.
Okay.
Highlight weighted metering. But but usually when I have strong highlights, I mean, I'm not afraid of. You got enough dynamic range to underexpose to because you can't blow the highlights. You can't recover the highlights very well with the software. So you're better off to underexpose and bring up the shadows. So that's what I tend to do. Especially if I have a combination of white birds and some medium mid-tone birds. I mean, I always expose for the white birds, make sure I don't blow them out, and I bring up the shadows or bring up the blacks a little bit to balance things out with the other birds, and that always works out well. But
very underrated feature.
Yeah, but I have tried that highlight metering mode a few times, and I mean, it's not perfect, but it does help. It does help.
Better.
I
We've had it
typically,
around for a while.
yeah, I typically when I'm doing wildlife, I actually that's a tip, but also a tribulation, correct? If I had in the morning, if I want to shoot the next day, I leave the camera the way I want it the next day, because the worst that can happen is that you're in your car, you go out, and then something's going to show up, and your camera is not going to have the right setting, correct? So for me, the beginning of a session, let's say with a subject, will be on auto ISO, correct?
Yeah.
Because that makes it easy. As soon as you pick your camera, you will have an image. You can concentrate on the focus, so you can get something. Now, if the subject cooperate, then I will try to compensate with the EV button just to get it so I got my subject properly illuminated. And if it cooperated, then I will go back, because then I put the EV to 0, and then I will expose the way I want to show. Correct. So that kind of my. But the cameras, the Z8 and Z9, when they get out, even to here to my deck or get out into my car, they already are set up in manual, but with auto ISO. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't use if I'm doing macro shots or landscape shots. I'm either in aperture priority or I'm in full manual, and I'm setting the ISO myself. I'm not using auto ISO. I use the auto ISO strictly for the wildlife shots. But when I'm doing other shots, like whether it be portraits or landscape or macro, then I'm setting the ISO manually to what I want. And
exactly.
The lower the better.
And many times now, more than ever, I mean, I shoot more manual now than I used to. I used to always be an aperture priority junkie.
Yeah.
And and now, I'll still do that sometimes, but I don't mind leaving it just in manual, full manual, and doing it that way. I mean, you can.
It makes all your images,
especially with mirrorless. I mean, you see the effect of what you're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
It's
you gave me something to think about there with the metering mode, Jeff. I hadn't tried that one yet. I've been testing a whole bunch of different things in the camera since I've been using it, so that's something else I have to play around with.
Yeah, I mean, you will see a difference, but it's not. It's like anything else. It's an improvement, but it's not perfect. But it is an improvement.
Thank you.
With the
but certainly with the I hate to call it ISO invariance, but the tolerance that the new camera have, you can underexpose a little bit without trouble. So don't blow your highlights, and then you're okay. Now, sometimes if the highlights are not in your subject, you're okay. As well. So I tend to
metering comes in.
Exactly. So I tend to expose for the subject, correct? And the subject is white, then you have to, EV down or adjust your manual so that it doesn't get blown.
And if you have that money shot, as they like to call it, if you have the money shot, don't be afraid to bracket. Don't be
Yeah.
afraid, don't be afraid to do bracketing, because most people don't even think about it. Just take three shots. You know, meter recommended. You know, -1 EV, +1 EV, and then merge them together. You know, and then at that point, you may still do some tweaking in post after you've put the files together, but you won't have anything that is out of the realm of being tweaked to give you the result you want. You're going to be okay, you know. But don't be afraid. Like a lot of the great shots that John Ishii wife, she brackets a lot on her photos. She does bracketing all the time. I mean, that's almost commonplace for a lot of the photos that she takes, and her photos speak for themselves. Obviously, you don't have to. I mean,
and bracketing, if you are in manual mode, is so easy, correct? You don't have to go and set up for automatic bracketing.
correct. You just underexpose it or overexpose it by moving one of your dials. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Very
I got
easy
some
to
good
do.
stuff shooting with low ISO, as I've always been saying, low ISO. I set the camera to like 64, and you know the stuff looks really good. But I gotta take off, guys. It's time to spend some time with the wife and go out and do some things. So I
My
need to hit the road.
condolences.
That's what they call that's what they call survival.
Yes.
You have to send some photos from Mongolia for the October the 4th.
I will do that. I have some stuff that I sent already, but I have some other things that I messed around with. So I'll send those to you guys as well for that.
All right.
Well,
Wayne,
thanks for having me.
yeah, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it, and check out that new adapter there, and see if that appeals to you.
Yeah, I'm working on a video to do some review, well, not review, but some news on the new camera releases and kind of compare them with Nikon and what I expect Nikon to have. So you guys can look forward to that as well.
All right.
I'll see all you guys in the chat night. Take care, everybody. And
Sounds
See you,
good.
Wayne.
for the rest.
Take
All
it
right.
easy. Have a good one.
Thanks. Later.
Yeah. So we are. Oh, Hank Donardo. This is funny. John Ishii and I are waiting for our Fuji GFX 100s.
Yeah, interesting. That new Fuji is interesting.
I think so.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
I'd have to compare it with the X2D, though, the DJI one.
yeah, it would be.
Because I think that the X2D is still better than the current GFX 100.
The question for
Yeah.
John will be how robust is that camera for him to take it into the field, correct? Is that more of a studio camera or a outdoor type of camera?
I think in his video he kind of said it was more for
product.
A professional, someone who's earning a living with the camera type of thing. I didn't get the impression that for per se a travel photography camera that he would take it with him because of its size and weight. That he would still bring, his Z8 or his Z9 or something, as a smaller kit. But I mean, for someone if someone is a dedicated landscape photographer or seascapes,
Like Thomas Heath.
that kind of thing, or certain commercial work or what have you, then that's. I mean, those are fantastic cameras. I mean, the dynamic range is absolutely crazy on them. I mean, it's wonderful.
16 bit. That's a lot.
No, you can't beat it. I mean, and even in the film days, what the negative was 3 or more times bigger than a 35 millimeter. I mean, you can't, obviously you got much better results with it.
Tim here giving us some tips on processing. So how you use that program, Tim?
Yeah, I've used it a little bit. It's much better than what Lightroom will give you without using it. It's donationware, so you don't have to pay for it if you want to just download it and play around with it. Obviously, it's free to do so, but if you keep using it, they just ask for a donation.
Okay.
But it's quick and it does a much better job than Lightroom does on its own.
And Lightroom does pretty good, correct?
Yeah.
Already.
So where does that show up in your that just shows up in your I'm trying to think here.
It's just a plugin. You install it like any other plugin.
Okay. So it's a plugin within Lightroom.
Yeah.
Or with Adobe Camera Raw.
Yeah.
It's the URL for that is photographers-toolbox.com.
Does it go in Photoshop as well?
You know what? That's a good question. I don't know. I've only used it with Lightroom. I think it's just Lightroom.
I think if you have it in Lightroom, it should appear also in on the filters in Photoshop, correct? Because that's how I access like the.
I mean, I can launch my Photoshop. Hold on.
Exactly. Sometimes you have to make it visible, but
I think Roy's battery died or something.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's just strictly for Lightroom. I don't think it'll work in Photoshop.
Okay.
Where's the battery?
Yeah, it doesn't show up in Photoshop.
Fal's saying he loves Lightroom, Creative Cloud. Why would you guys use Lightroom Classic over the other one? I use Lightroom Classic because it tends to have some features in it that are not in the Creative Cloud version.
Yeah.
Maybe they've changed that, but the last time I looked, it was not up to par relative to the Lightroom Classic version. So that's why I use that, and I don't put anything I have on the cloud anyway. I store it in RAID systems or on external hard drives, and I'm not someone that's going to pay for cloud space. That's just my preference, but everybody's different. Now, I mean, I could see Lightroom Creative Cloud being something that you would use on a portable device, for quick editing. If you're traveling or something like that, it might be easier to use that. But
I have both, and I use both. And Classic is better. It's better for larger libraries. It's better for organization. The cloud, the thing that really annoys me about the cloud is it just constantly wants to sync everything. I don't always want to sync all my stuff to the cloud. And you used to be able to pause the syncing, and you could just use it as though it was Lightroom Classic in that sense. It didn't have to upload anything to the cloud. But what they started doing is if you pause it and you stop your images from uploading to the cloud, it'll actually stop you from editing your images, even if they're on your hard drive. It'll ask you to resume that. So I have a lot of stuff in it, which is unfortunate because eventually I want to move it to Classic. But it's not a bad program. It's just rather frustrating if you don't want your stuff in the cloud.
Especially when the internet goes down all the time.
Yeah, exactly.
I tell you one thing. I know what life was before Lightroom, correct?
Yeah.
And actually, when Lightroom was introduced, it messed me up so bad because Lightroom always wants to organize your library, and I already have a system that I have been using since certainly with the digital cameras since 2001, and then with the introduction of Lightroom, it drove me crazy. I tell you, I tried for 2 years to get into the system, and then I had to abandon. So I'm actually more of a Adobe Camera Raw type of user because I want to name my photos the way I want it. I want to have it where I want it. Correct? I actually don't process that many of them. Correct? If I go out, if I process 3 or 4, that's good for that day. Correct?
Yeah.
So I'm more of a Adobe Camera Raw user than Lightroom. I still have it, but I go in my workflow at this moment. I go into Adobe Camera Raw. Oh,
Well, I use Lightroom, but I don't use it to its full potential, and especially with the organizational part of it, because I've set up, like you said, I've set up my own organizational methodology that I use, and the one thing where I blew it, and I do not have the time to do it. Now I have way too many pictures in the queue, and yes, I could say starting tomorrow I'm going to do this instead. Is I very poorly did not use the keyword, the benefits of keywording, so that I could basically type in search up, get me all the images I took of American bald eagle, boom, and all the images I ever took of the American bald eagle show up. Okay, there's a lot of powerful things in Lightroom that you could do, where as long as you have a list or have a bigger brain than me, where you could remember, making sure that you label all the subjects exactly the same way and type the word exactly the same way, and don't have one time it's capitalized, one time it's lowercase, so on and so forth. But there's a lot of power in Lightroom. And when it comes to the organizational structure, I don't use it to 20% of its capability. And I'll be honest with that. I use it more for the editing part of the program.
Exactly.
Than I do the organizational part of the program. And shame on me, because I wasn't willing to invest the time to understand it, kind of like I understand it now. But to me, it's like I don't have the time to go back in time and go and open up every file that I have and do all these other things to make it more intelligent for searching.
You actually don't want to do that. You actually, you did it the right way. If you start keywording everything, then you're going to have no incentive to go out and shoot again. You're better off forgetting everything you shot and just going out and getting it again. Can you imagine if you typed in gator and you got 7,000 images back? You'd have no incentive to ever take a picture of a gator again. And then what would Roy do?
I've got a different system.
Yeah, Roy would be disappointed with me if I didn't have some gator footage.
My favorite American animal.
You see, Tim, I grew up with the fact that you want to keep a picture, you put in the title of the picture the location, or first you start with the name, and you put the location and the date, and the date could be on a quarterly basis, and that's it for me. Correct? So, so when Lightroom was introduced, I said, "Oh, that's fantastic." Well, it messed me up for about 2 years, and I studied like Steve Perry, big Lightroom user, and I try, and it didn't agree with me. And of course, I have all these legacy photos that were already named the way I wanted. So I went back to that, and that's what I go directly into my workflow. I go directly. Well, nowadays I still do the XO raw processing, and then from there I go to Adobe Camera Raw.
Greg Wilson saying, "Hey, I'm late as usual. Can you start over?"
I saw that.
If we started over, we would have 25 people keel over right now if we did that out of the 26. But
a good storage system helps. It gets worse as you got more files.
Exactly.
My NASA's got 32 gigabytes full up. People still ask me for pictures from 50 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what I do is right. I mean, I guess it works for me. I have a folder that is the current year. It's the current year, and then under the year, I have folders for the common destinations that I go to, and then if I open that folder, I have every month of the year. underneath that location, January through December. And whatever pictures I shoot in January of that year will then go in a subfolder under January for the day, the month, the day, and the year that I took that block of images. So like right now I go to Huntington Beach, so I'll have 2023. I'll have Huntington Beach photos. If I open that, I'll see January through December. If I open up any one of those months, then I'll see whatever days that in that month that I took pictures.
Exactly.
Now, is that the best way to do it? No, it's a way to do it. It's not necessarily the best way to do it, but it makes it easier for me, and it's not 20 layers deep.
Exactly.
But everybody does it different.
Well, but that's the issue, right? It works for you.
Yeah,
these Regis systems, like all these syncing of the catalogs, that drove me crazy, correct? And then if you have a laptop and you have a desktop and syncing all these catalog, I don't have time for that. I have time to take photos.
Yeah, I use it for the editing capabilities, and especially they've improved it so much that there's a lot of stuff you could do in Lightroom now that not too long ago the only place you could do it was if you went into Photoshop to do it. And so now I am certainly not a Photoshop expert. I probably have 3 different Photoshop courses on my computer that will teach me everything and anything about Photoshop, and I've done some of them twice, but I don't use it often enough to remember.
Nothing teaches you everything.
Anything. So I only use it for a handful of things, but I can get away with Lightroom for the most part. But some people that grew up with Lightroom and used it from day one tend to stick with Lightroom because that's what they're used to, and that's great. People that never used Photoshop lots of times tend to use the lower tier stuff.
Well, that was part of the thing the part of my journey, because I was a user of Capture NX, correct? And which Capture NX was sponsored by Nikon, so it processed the raw files nicely, correct? And at that time, it did a good job. They have this, what they used to call it, the U point that you put
control point technology. I think
exactly. That was very.
I like that. I like that.
Okay?
Yeah.
But all that you can do now in Lightroom or ACR, correct? But at that time, it was very difficult to do it in Photoshop. You had to set different layers and objects, but definitely nowadays it's a lot easier. Right?
Yeah. It's
try keeping tracks of thousands of slides.
Yeah.
Well, I will dishonor myself by saying that I threw away literally thousands of slides and negatives when I moved. I had too much stuff. I got rid of slide projectors. I got rid of 8mm movie projectors. I got rid of a lot of slides that I had because I knew I'd never have the time to scan them and do it, and I was not going to keep slide projectors around to put the carousel tray in and watch them once every 10 years to go back in memory lane. So I threw the memories away. So
I still got people asking for images off them.
But with digital, the thing with digital is it's you just move them onto the next computer. It's a lot nicer.
Easier now.
Yeah.
So talking about something else, and now that Greg is here, all right. Did you got your Manfrotto 608, Greg? And I managed to get mine. It arrived on Thursday. Jeff, And
So what are your initial impressions?
oh, I'm very happy. So B&H also sent me a replacement for the Leo photo, correct? And although I hate to having all the contraction with adapters, but for sure, even today I have more time to sit up in front and set up all the knobs for the right tension. I think that's the one that is going to stay. That Leo Photo Pro. After I called it on Sunday, remember I told you that it was leaking.
It's leaking,
So,
yeah.
So
Isn't that the name of it? Leak photo? Is it called
Leo Photo?
I thought it was leak photo.
Leak photo, yeah, yeah. It was leaking badly.
Yeah.
So they sent me another one. Correct. So I have actually both arrived the same day. But I haven't opened yet the Leo. I got to open it because I still have 30 days to return it back. But for sure it's it
Is
will
the package leaking as well?
I'm sorry?
Is that package leaking?
No. I don't know yet. I haven't opened it yet. But you can see that the Manfrotto, and certainly for that price, Jeff. I mean, it's incredible what they did.
Manfrotto are really well made.
Dave is
Looks like
taking off.
Jim and Eve are both taking off.
Yeah. Who else was leaving other than Ava?
Jim, real
Oh.
Nikon lover.
Oh, Jim, take it easy. Oh, I like his comment. Leak photos brought to you by Depends, where you can keep your pants on. I think, Gustavo, you're going to end up keeping the Manfrotto.
I will.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, I would just send the other one back and get your money back.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But since they send me the other one, I'm going to open it. Correct? It doesn't cost.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to pay for the shipping back. Correct? So I better open it, try side by side. But I can see myself staying with the Manfrotto. It's definitely you were correct on this one. Even with the problem of having to adapt with the Kirk. Adapter and then put it on the plate. Yeah.
I did do that because Jeff Wilson is asking how the Kirk Arca Swiss mount is working. It works perfectly fine. It's not exactly the same size as the Manfrotto plate. It's probably 2 inches shorter, but it has you have a scale on the Manfrotto, and then you have a 0 center line on the Kirk, and I just tried to line them both up, and it works. It works fine. I mean, it's just it's funny. You'll laugh. I go and I put the Kirk on there, and then so what do I do out of force of habit? Is I pop the Manfrotto plate off the tripod. And then I said to myself, why did I just do that? That's why I put the Kirk. That's why I put the Kirk plate on it, so I wouldn't be doing that. So I put it back on, and I loosened up the knob and just took the camera foot off the Kirk plate, lifted up the camera and took it off. But I laughed hard.
It's a little bit embarrassing, but I almost had to call you or try to get in contact with you because I didn't remember that Manfrotto foot only go one way. Correct? It's not like it's not symmetrical. So I say, why this thing is not going in? And it's because I have it the other way around. So I have to make sure that.
The plate says lens on it, and it points to certain direction.
Exactly. But the Arca doesn't have that.
Tripods hate their heads.
Yeah.
Hate their clamps.
But it definitely, Greg, that's the 608, the Manfrotto 608 is the one that is going to stay. It's I think that will fit my needs much better. And certainly after that leaky thing, I'm not going to trust it. I mean, I use it only.
You don't know how long it's going to last for. It's a problem.
Well, and sometimes those gels, I'm always afraid that you touch the gel and then you put it on your plastic or on your lens. God knows, correct? So definitely was not a good experience. But
I've had the
Yeah, it's
501
when you look at the price point that you were able to get the Manfrotto at, the Manfrotto is a higher tier head anyway.
Yeah.
Unless you never have trouble with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed with it. I mean, I
half
have
price.
to, I have to use it a lot more. I got so much stuff I got to use a lot more, but I only have so many hours in the day, and my wife thinks I'm already a bird nerd too much anyway. So
She could be right.
she calls me a bird brain, is what she calls me. If you want to get exactly to the point, she calls me a bird brain now. So
Yeah, my wife thinks I'm ace hole.
I mean that you have a good wife, Roy. That's the first job of everybody's wife, to keep you humble.
Yeah, she does that.
Exactly.
Greg's asking which Arca Swiss plate am I using on the lens foot? I've got a bunch of different ones. I have not stuck to in some cases I bought on one lens I bought the Kirk Arca Swiss foot and replaced the foot. Other times I'm all over the place on that. Other times to save money, I bought the Siriu SIRUI or whatever, Siriu Arca Swiss plate, and just mounted it to the Nikon foot, and that plate costs next to nothing. I mean, it's like $40, and it works absolutely fine. And I've got a couple different lengths of that. I bought some plates through Acratech because I had an Acratech ball head. So Acratech made Arca Swiss plates for lenses. So I bought their brand of plate, which are very, very good quality. There's nothing wrong with them at all. So there's a lot out there that you could get. I have not stuck to one brand. I would just say that for the price point, to me, buying a Kirk foot or a Kirk foot with a collar, replacement collar, is probably 3 or 4 times more expensive than what you could just get a plate for that you mount onto your existing Nikon.
Or more than that.
So I'm just going that way because it's just more cost effective.
Well, and Jeff, on the same subject, I think Andy made a comment on your video, correct?
Yeah.
But that particular replacement piece for the Manfrotto is only for some models. The one that has a square top. This 608 and the 612, the 612 that you recommended, it has a completely different top configuration, so you cannot use what he suggested.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with what he suggested, and I didn't have the time to look up and do a comparison on it. I'm glad you did that. You were able to do that. Yeah, it's like I said. I mean, I took the recommendation from a fellow wildlife photographer that does wonderful wildlife photos, so I felt pretty confident in his opinion. And I don't have any regrets with what I got. I mean, yeah, it was like 100. I think it was. I got the bill here somewhere. It was exactly with tax $135 from B&H Photo. And it's like okay, it's mounted on there now. I'm done. I could just use all the stuff I had, put it on that plate, tighten it up with a knob, and I'm done. I mean, for me, it works. I mean,
but Greg Wilson is talking about less connection. I agree with that. You want to have the less number of connections possible. Yeah. In this case, that's why I look at the Leo photo, correct? But not if it's inferior, and certainly if it doesn't work as intended, correct? So I think this it's actually a Kirk adapter as well. That Andy or one of the Andy mentioned, but it worked for the 500 series.
Right, and this is not a 500 series.
Exactly. And the
Little
500
bit
series is a lower
lower,
quality model,
yeah, lower tier.
lower tier than the 600. Right, and it's definitely I think the 608. I think is probably as much as I will need for what I do. Correct. So I think
very heavy heads.
exactly. It's
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to carry them too far.
I mean, doing what Greg says, less connections. Yeah, what I'm doing is not less connections. When I'm adding a plate to a foot, I'm adding a connection. If I bought an Arca Swiss foot, that's one less connection, obviously, but you're paying substantially more for that foot. And so it comes down to your budget, what you're willing to spend, what can you afford to spend. And for me, with now having, what's nice is I don't necessarily have a plate for every lens that I would use a plate on, but I have enough different length ones that I can use on multiple lenses. So if I'm, for the ones I don't use that often, I don't have plates on them. If I need to use them, I can take the plate off another lens and put it on there. It only takes a few minutes to do it.
You can get cheap plates from China for about $5-6.
Yeah, and they're cheap. But if you're doing the foot thing, the feet are really expensive. Because does Really Right Stuff make the feet too, Roy?
Yeah, they do. But the actual plates I buy from China, the feet I buy from Really Right Stuff or someone.
Yeah.
But there is now more options than before, and sometimes they say this is for one camera, and actually you find out that certainly the one that has the Allen screws in the long telephotos, the Real Right Stuff, or even the Wembley foot, you can change it from the 400 to the 600 to the 800. It's the same.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
So most of the time the screws align and it works very well. So I replace the foot in most of my camera. Now that new one,
I get longer than the foot that's on there if I'm putting a plate.
exactly.
Just gives you more room to balance it.
That's a real important point, because I found out the hard way.
You're it's shorter than your old foot.
Yeah, on a gimbal head, the feet, the length of the foot on some of the Nikon lenses
too short.
Is too short, and it doesn't balance well on a gimbal. So when you put a plate on it, you put an oversized plate that's maybe an inch longer on each end, versus the foot, and then it balances perfect. Now you got enough throw. But yeah, that was kind of unsettling a little bit. You're saying to yourself, well, why in the heck isn't Nikon making sure that their foot is long enough to balance on a gimbal? That's a mistake.
Yeah. Some of their feet are really good and some are really crappy.
Yeah.
The 500 PF is one that has a very short foot that doesn't balance well in the gimbal unless you use a extended replacement foot, and sometimes the Kirk is not long enough, so you almost have to bring all the way up to the front to get it kind of balanced.
Yeah. Yeah, and you don't know this until after the fact. You don't know it until you get it, you use it, and you go, why isn't this balancing good? And then you realize, I'll put a longer, I've got a 6-inch plate hanging around that I could throw on that foot or whatever, and you throw it on there, and then it's perfectly fine. But
so what is Mossman showing up?
I don't know if that's in focus or not. David Stewart just sent me that.
Okay.
So he's
blown up the sky.
So he does exist. See, he's real, man. He's like the M&M.
Put Mossman, make a Mossman big here.
Oh yeah, let me make you big, Tim.
I don't think it's in focus, but
yeah,
looks pretty color anyway.
Yeah, the colors are nice.
Yeah,
you'll have to trust me that it's in focus.
We trust you.
Oh boy, I've heard that "trust me" thing a lot.
Your green screen's not working very well, I notice.
My what?
Your green screen.
Yeah, it blew up. You got green everywhere.
That trust me saying is used by insurance agents everywhere.
And doctors.
Yeah, and doctors. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trust me, it's not as bad as you think it is.
Doctors, politicians, insurance.
Yeah, it's not as bad as you think it is. It's worse, but they don't say that it's worse part. Oh,
There we go.
there we go.
Very pretty color. Have you lived in a brothel long?
Couple of weeks.
Let's see if I have any more notes, which I don't know if I do or not. Oh yeah, we kind of talked about a little bit about that $25,000 Sony camera. That's they're calling it the Sony Murano 8.6K. So it'll do 8.6K video, E-mount, Cine Alta camera, 25K. That's just the body. Available spring of 2024. 16 stops of dynamic range, phase detect autofocus, face eye tracking, supports multiple frame rates and codecs, full frame CMOS sensor, built-in electronically variable ND filter, 0.6 to 21 ND, which is a 7-stop range.
16 stops of dynamic range is impressive.
Yeah.
If it really is.
Yeah, full frame and Super 35 sensor modes, dual CFEB cards, IBIS, weighs 5.3 pounds. Of course, you know, all those Cine, quote unquote, Cine cameras all look like little rectangular, square and or rectangular shaped enclosures.
A box with a lens on.
A box with a lens on it. Yeah. Yeah. Reality is if you buy something like that, you know, that's where, you know, everything's on a tripod now. You're not hand holding any of that stuff. That's all that's all tripod mount with mics hanging off of it and all sorts of an extra monitor, all this stuff. And yeah, that's like you're working for CBS News or something, you know.
My little Z6 is going to have to do the same job for me.
Yeah. I mean, well, think about it. You're paying right? You're paying $25,000 for a camera that can do 8.6K. You could do 8K with the Z9.
Yes.
Right? Did that cost you?
Probably not as well, but close enough.
Yeah. Did that cost you $25,000? No. So why would you could probably do the only thing you don't have on the Z9 is you don't have built-in ND filters. But other than that, you know, okay, they're saying they got a full frame sensor, but a lot of those video cameras don't have full frame sensors on it. But this one does. But obviously the Z9 is a full frame sensor, and you don't have 16 stops of dynamic range, so you don't have the same dynamic range.
Probably roughly the same.
And you don't have a variable ND. But I'll tell you, for the price point. I don't think you're going to do a lot better with the $25,000. Well, more than that, because that's not including a lens. I'd rather have the Z9
or a Z8
or a Z8,
even cheaper.
Yep.
I like my Z9 though.
Yeah, you can buy 4 or 5 Z9s for what this sucker costs.
That's a thought.
That's a thought, yeah.
I've always had a couple of cameras for backup.
Yeah, I have you want to have a backup of the backup of the backup.
I found out I've got 5 F3s.
Wow.
One of each model.
But I'm sure in some of these production also they have, you know, they are probably shooting multiple angles, correct? So it's not one camera. So
they'll need more than one.
They need more than one. So that's where the multiple S9 will make sense for a cinematographer that is on a budget. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, that's serious. That's more than serious cash. That's like, well, I'm I'm going to keep my 15-year-old car so I could buy that $25,000 camera.
My car's 25 years old for the same reason.
Okay, well, what kind of car do you have that survived 25 years?
Mercedes,
Okay.
an SUV, but it's getting pretty old.
Is it diesel?
No, it's not diesel. Diesel prices are dearer than petrol now.
Yeah.
No point getting diesel anymore.
Nope.
Defeats the purpose if the diesel's dearer than petrol. Used to be cheaper.
Yep. Oh, much cheaper.
To those that are in the chat right now, do you have any suggestions for future topics of discussion that you would like to see those of us on the panel dive into on future shows?
Or problem.
Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I like a good problem.
Yeah, or a good problem, yeah. But yeah, this photo adventure, as I call it, and most of us would agree, definitely hurts the old pocketbook quite a bit. And Roy is. I'm going to bring Roy in large size here because he is teasing us with the 180 to 600.
Oh, where's the focus gone? I haven't got my Z9 set up for video, so I think it's in stills mode. Yeah, maybe if I back up a bit. No, still not happy.
There you go. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yep.
I'm blue cap already, so
I use blue cap, so I know what lens is which. For all my Z lenses have got blue caps. All my AFS have got yellow.
What color are the ones with the lenses you don't like?
Red. How'd you know? I've been giving them away, donating them to places.
Yeah, Greg, the only person we know of on that visit on the chat that has one is Roy. I don't think anyone else.
and D Moots as well.
Oh, Dave's got his too.
Yeah, he
Weeks,
posted not an unboxing, but he posted a boxing. It's just
oh yeah,
box.
Yeah, that's true. You're correct. I forgot about that. Yeah. So, but us normal non-NPS guys are still we're far down the food chain. So I don't know when we're going to see it. I think
have to set this camera properly.
Tim, who did you order yours from?
I switched it up, and I made a mistake. I think I could have had it by now if I ordered it from where I usually do. I took a chance and I ordered it from Best Buy.
Yeah.
Because I got 2 Z9s from them, and I got those before many other people did. So I went back to them for that, thinking that lightning might strike again, but I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I mean, I ordered mine from Nikon USA, which I don't typically do, hoping that they might take care of the people that order from their site quicker. But so far, nothing. As Chuck would say, crickets, nothing but crickets.
Same here, Jeff. I did the same.
Yeah. So well, that's all right. I'm a patient person, and it's saving my balance on my credit card, so I'm not complaining.
Yeah, I agree. No, it would be as I said, I'm not so desperate to get it. Correct. The 800 I was desperate to get. The Z9 I was desperate to get. This one I can be patient because I have other things that I can use in the meantime. But and I saw the saying that because the C8 actually, I told you that I put it in a local store and I put it on the Nikon website, and they came the same. They were coming the same day. So I was lucky that at that time they have a problem with the website from Nikon, and they canceled all the orders. The bank didn't approve them, so
Yeah.
I was able to say, hey, I don't want it, so and took it locally here. But definitely they produce a lot more Z8 than this lens, or the market for this lens is a lot bigger.
Yeah, it could be quite a while, I think, before.
Yeah, at the price that they released it, I mean, that's just.
I mean, I'm sure the bean counters are probably all in a conference room, all happy and giddy about the money they're going to make, but with the pre-orders,
I'm surprised they didn't tack another $100 into it, pay for all that shipping for the Z8s back and forth.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'd like to see it focus a bit closer, but apart from that, I can't see anything wrong with this lens.
What's the close focus distance?
1.3 to 2.3 meters.
But that's close for
That's
a
close.
600.
I want it closer. The 1 to 400 does 1 meter.
Yeah, the 1 to 400 is exceptional.
Yeah, but it's a
better lens than the 1 to 400, but I'm fussy.
The 800 is focused at 6 meters, something like that.
Yeah. Something like that. But I've got big birds here that come right up to you.
Well,
not here, Roy. Not here. They stay away from.
Son, it's funny when you're tracking a bird with the 800, and it just keeps getting bigger in the viewfinder, bigger, and then you're like, man, I think it's ready to poke its beak through my chest. I better move, Sometimes you scare yourself while you're looking through the viewfinder. You're like, I better lift my head up and make sure I'm not ready to get.
Oh, Jeff, wait until that happened to you with a bear, a grizzly coming to you, and then you are in the 100. That's then you really look up. Okay, I'm okay.
That's when you need a solid tripod.
Yeah.
Crocodiles and bears and things. Good tripod in between you.
Yeah, not even that. Yes,
Speaking of bears, did you guys see that video from Yellowstone this week? There was a bunch of people that just got out of their cars and just started running right towards a mother bear and her cubs just to get close. Unbelievable.
That's what I never go this time of the year. I mean, I go in very early in the spring when before, I think it's before Memorial. Correct. I actually try to leave the park the day before Memorial because the weather is so unpredictable that so many tourists are there.
Yeah.
And nowadays there is a lot more. Or go later on in the winter or in the fall after October 15th or something like that. But then you have to deal with the weather.
Yeah.
No, it's the so-called the Yellowstone community always has called them that way, but now have become more popular term. They call it Turons. Okay, they do all sort of crazy stuff.
Well, I had a simpler word. I just call it stupid people.
Exactly.
It's like I have no sympathy when somebody gets stabbed by a bison when they basically trying to get a selfie of it with their cell phone, and
Darwinism.
That's like, you know what, you got it coming. You're an idiot. There should be some payback for your stupidity.
Selection of the less stupid.
Let nature take care of you. I don't feel sorry for you at all, man. You got it coming. That's it.
The problem is that the animals get euthanized, correct? After
that's the problem. Yeah.
But I agree with you. This year, there have been more videos about people doing stupid things that I had never seen any other year. So I think because they have the big floods remember last year they have some of the roads got eroded and they didn't have a proper summer. So this year there was a lot of people during the summer. So as a consequence, there is a lot of interaction. Correct?
Yeah, it's one thing if you're on the road and the bison are on the road. I mean, you have nowhere to go. So I feel bad for you if you're in your car, you're doing nothing but sitting in your car, waiting to continue down the road, and a bison decides to ram your car. Yeah, I feel bad for you because you're not out there intentionally trying to aggravate the animal. So that's different. But when you get out of your car and you almost chase it down.
But the crazy stuff, Jeffrey, is that the rut season for bison is around mid-August, correct? So actually, at this moment, is the rut season for the elk, which are aggressive enough, correct? But a lot of people go there in August, okay? And those big bulls are trying to separate the female from the calf of the year. It's crazy, correct? Absolutely crazy. And people step out of the car. I mean, the least concern that I have is that they give a swap to your car. It's just being outside the car. It's a lot of unfortunately it's bad. And at this point of the year, the rangers don't have capacity to handle the bad behavior. Correct? So
yeah. I've never seen anything like that video this week. I don't, Jeff, if you haven't seen it, you have to look for it. I mean, these people got out of their car and they were sprinting towards the mother with her cubs.
Yeah.
And one of the women was carrying like an infant in her arm.
Exactly.
Did they
Wearing
happen to all have
flip-flops.
iPhones? All had iPhones, I bet.
Oh,
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
No, there is a one Tim also that was published, I think, a couple of days ago. That's in Glacier, and in Glacier, the Rangers, I find that they are a little bit more aggressive with trying to get the grizzlies out. There is like a broad walk, like the one that you have there, Jeff, correct? And there is a grizzly bear that wants to go from one side to the other, correct? So there is these younger people, I think 2 girls and 1 boy. They see the grizzly and they are with the iPhone, correct? So when the grizzly is going to jump into the broad walk, they turn around and they try to take a selfie, giving the back to the grizzly.
Oh,
Now, it's a grizzly. I mean, the grizzly are. I mean,
Wonder more people aren't killed.
exactly.
What do they think that is? Winnie the Pooh?
Yeah.
Yogi Bear.
Yeah, Yogi Bear. Yeah.
Oh, no, it was the most stupid thing, correct, that I have seen. I mean, they try. Is this kind of what is it called? They want to be protagonists in their own life, so they have to film themselves with everything. All right. So, and certainly with those animals, it's a bad news. And if that grizzly attack that person,
Yeah.
that grizzly get euthanized.
Yeah.
Well, that's where I disagree. The animal responded to what it sees as a threat.
Oh, I know.
And I do not agree with them euthanizing these animals when they hurt a human. I mean, if the human's at fault, why don't you euthanize the human? I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? Why are you euthanizing the animal? The animal did nothing wrong. The animal did what the animal should be doing. The idiot is the human. Euthanize the human. Save the bear. Enough of this.
Wouldn't be a loss anyway, would it?
I think I'm going to make up a T-shirt. It says euthanize the humans, save the bears. I'll probably make $1 million selling a shirt like that.
The other issue, and that's related to the same situation that Tim was mentioning here, is, and that actually is a big problem because the male grizzlies are very aggressive towards the cubs, correct? They want the females to go into estrus, correct? So they actually kill the cubs so that they can reproduce with the females.
With them being the father.
The father.
Yeah.
Exactly. So in both in the Tetons and in Yellowstone and in Glacier and also in Banff, in Canada, the grizzly had learned that of the female grizzlies that the protection for the cubs is close to the road where the people are. Correct. So that brings the grizzlies in close proximity, so which is good for photography, correct? But with cubs into the road. Now, in some places like in the outside the park, there have been some grizzlies that do the same, and the problem is that some hunters get license to kill those semi-habituated female grizzlies. So there is a potential, a lot of conflicts, correct? So it's a complicated phenomenon, correct? But I also completely disagree that killing these habituated animals, correct? If the animals step out of the park and there is license for grizzlies, or in Wyoming or Montana, sometimes they get killed because they don't fear humans. Okay?
Well, it's down here with the alligators. You get there have been people that have gotten killed. Okay, because there's a lot of golf courses with man-made bodies of water that have gators in them, and and then of course they build houses on the golf courses. So then these people that live on the golf courses, for whatever reason, someone got killed because they thought that they thought they should plant some flowers along the edge of the pond.
Exactly.
And so it's like, the gators live there, so the person gets grabbed and dragged into the water and killed. And like you said, they're going to kill the gator. So it's like, it's we do something wrong, the animal pays for it. It's just us wanting to be to kind of say, oh, we're the superior, we're supposed to be the superior intelligence, but in that case we weren't intelligent enough not to get ourselves killed, but because we think we're superior, because we can now go and kill the animal that just tried to do its natural behavior. But it's just like at the park, I see kids throw rocks at the alligators. They pick up rocks and they throw them at the alligators.
Just send the kids in to get
and the parents don't stop them. The parents don't stop them. The kids say, "It ain't moving. Is that a real gator, or is that just a fake gator laying on the grass, like 6 feet away from the sidewalk? Oh, let's throw some rocks at it and see if we can make it move." It's like, yeah, okay. Real smart adult humans that let their children throw rocks at alligators, and then some of them, they'll have them on the sidewalk, and the gator, like I said, 6 feet away. I saw one guy grab the kid by the back of his shirt and then lean him forward, like, "See, can you see the gator now?" See him?
And Jeff, I don't know in your area, but certainly in Florida, which I'm familiar with, is all these, ponds that every subdivision, if you want to call it that way, had to have a drainage pond, because that's the only way that they can keep the water away from the houses, okay? And there is gators in every single subdivision. And then you see the people going around the yards or in the walk with small dogs in a leash. I mean, that's like hey, I'm going to feed this alligator. I mean, it's
that's like a waiter walking around with appetizers at a cocktail
exactly.
party.
Yeah. Exactly. Just a plate. Okay.
That's like putting wild berries all over your body and walking in the woods hoping that the bear won't get you.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, it's silly.
But there is a lot of issues, and so here in Colorado, a lot of, not in the national parks, but because that's not allowed, but even the state park, people with dogs, they're supposed to have it on a leash, and because it's not only the encounter, it's encounter with the moose, with the elk. I mean, I cannot take my dog into my yard without a leash. I will not take it, and it's a big Doberman, just because a female doe will kill my dog easily. Right? Is to try to defend a fawn. So but people, they want to let the dogs run. Well, that's it. That happened here in my neighborhood several times that the dog have been killed.
Well, there's a lot of areas. There's a lot of areas, even in metropolitan areas, where you have coyotes.
Exactly.
You have coyotes. You let your little dog loose. There was a guy that I worked with. He called out sick one day, and we found out that he let his dog out in the backyard, no leash. Let the dog out in the backyard to do its business, and it went behind some shrubs on the edge of the property. And then he heard the dog yelp, and by the time he got there, all he found was parts of the dog because the coyote took it down. And so that's.
And the coyote is always going in pairs. You barely see here. I mean, you go out there. I mean, you see one, there will be another one, just because they are mating pairs. They are going around. So sometimes what they do is they run away from the dog so that to bring it closer to where the other coyote is. So it's a. So I agree with you, Jeff. I don't. I think I don't blame the coyote. I don't even blame the dog. It's the owner, right?
Yeah. Do you guys have anything on your future purchase list at all that you're looking to get or considering?
Just got mine.
Rub it in, Roy. Rub it in.
I will. And again.
More travel, Jeff. More travel.
More travel.
I'd like to travel.
And actually, I don't want to jinx it because I don't know whether it will work, but there is a tarantula migration here in Colorado. So I think
tarantula migration.
Yeah,
in Colorado.
Yes, there is a
migrating in or migrating out.
No, they are migrating. What happened is this time of the year, the males start looking for the females, right? And there is an area close to a place called La Junta where all the tarantulas males start running through the roads in search for females. So
I think I saw a video about that a few years ago.
Exactly. So I'm going to try to go there. I think it's October 2nd. That place they do like a tarantula festival. So I don't promise that I can bring anything because this will be the first time, but it will be again. I'm thinking what kind of equipment I'm going to get to take some photos of that. But my wife and I are looking forward.
Are you just gonna like sit in the road where they cross?
Exactly. They actually tell you which roads are the one that they are close, and apparently it's a kind of a dusk type of situation. That's why they go from the burrows looking for the females. So I'll let you know. Probably it comes before the next photo review, but I don't promise I will bring anything. But I'm going to look for it because I had not been in there. But it sounds interesting to do. It's only 3 hours from my house, so to be able to go there, stay one night, and see what I can see.
My goal is to be as far away from that road as possible.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I hope the hotel doesn't get swarmed that you're staying at with them coming through.
No, it's certainly an interesting behavior. I report back if it works.
Yeah, and if you don't, we will fear the worst for you. Greg Corker's saying, hi, Greg. He's saying he's dreaming of an A2 printer and a 100 to 400.
Yeah, my printer didn't survive the move. I've got to get another one.
What brand did you have?
That was a HP, I think that was. I miss it. I like doing big prints once in a while.
Well, you know who I find interesting? I'm going to have to look up his. I haven't watched his channel in a while. Let me let me go on Safari.
Yeah, Irwin does a lot of prints.
And think of if I could find the guy's name. Let's see. You ever watch Nigel dancing?
Yeah.
Nigel is not one thing that's cool about him is when he does his show is you see him out in the field and, he does, landscape photography. And so he goes out in the field and he's filming himself, how he's composing the image and how he's visualizing the image or pre-visualizing the image. And he knows the area well enough to know, okay, the sun is usually going to, it's a little cloudy now, but in a half hour it's supposed to clear up and the sun's going to be just right and it's going to hit over here and, so on and so forth. And he gets these great landscape photos. And then when he, at the end of his video, he prints out very large versions of his favorite shots that he took. And then he lays it out on a table and he shows you these prints and, goes over it with you, what he likes about the print, what he doesn't like about the print. It's really cool. I mean, he prints out this stuff all the time. I'd like a big printer, but I just don't think I'd use it often enough. And since I don't really sell much of anything, it would just be another thing I
dry out very easily too if you don't use them.
Yeah. Just be something else I'm spending money on that I shouldn't be. But I'd love to have one. Love to have one. Well, the 1 to 400 is going to be, I think, that is a S series lens, and I think for something like Gustavo, like you were mentioning, I think I mentioned hummingbirds. It's usually good enough for hummingbird photos, and then you were talking about like if you're on a safari, sometimes the animals get so close. I mean, some people are doing safari photos with 70 to 200s.
I recommend that for safari.
Depends on your driver. Where they want to position the vehicle. So
actually, it was an interesting tip from Steve that he was saying that he was leading safaris because he likes to shoot with longer lenses and have more compression, less distracting elements on the composition, that he tells them not to go that close. Okay?
Well, yeah, I think he was like commenting like if you're farther away, they could try to position a vehicle in such a manner where you're level with the subject.
Yeah.
Like if the subject's on a mound, or depending on where the subject is, either you're putting yourself, you're farther away, but you're putting yourself at an elevation where you end up shooting straight across at the animal,
slightly up,
or slightly up. So that, but if you're always driving right on top of the animal, then that makes it harder.
I have a couple of actually, but I do it another time because I have been working on that to show it to you guys, and a couple of tips for whale watching and going into like you do, Jeff, on pontoons, a couple of accessories that I use for that type of trip. But I think even with the 180 and 600, the 100 to 400 is going to be a better lens for for whale watching, correct? But certainly on like in Florida, you can photograph a lot in the intercoastal, also in Texas, correct? The the calm waters. There's way of taking that type of photos with good support. That is good. But if you go, let's say, I'm planning a couple of trips to Monterey there, and which is a little bit in deep water there. Then working with any kind of support is impossible, correct? So for the whale watching tours, you're much better working with a. I think the 100 to 400 is the right lens, or in the case of Tim, the 400 4.5, correct?
Yeah, I mean those whales, the whales sometimes are like 25, 30 feet away from the boat.
Oh
Or
no,
right,
no,
or right, or right on top of the
as
boat.
well.
Even, you know.
The dolphins come into the wave of the chip, so
Yeah.
so you need something that is relatively, but at like 100 millimeters or something like that. And then if the whales they do the fluting where they show the the fins, that's where you would probably need the 400. But I there's a place there that I like to go, and I think is um, I like to stay in Monterey in Monterey, but I actually the place that I like to take the tours is from a place called Moss Landing.
Did you just say Moss Man?
Moss Man? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Moss Landing. He knows what it is. It's between Monterey and Santa Cruz.
Yeah,
That's the best place. So
those are my people.
Yeah, Moss Man does
Exactly.
whale tours on the weekends, and he doesn't tell anybody.
Exactly. That's like an excellent place. And my wife have been bugging me that she wants to go there, so I mean, I'm going to try to make it there.
Yeah, Greg, this is the I don't think with the new printers, I don't know that you're really going to clog the lines, but the problem is to keep the nozzles from clogging up, they're always at certain time periods ejecting ink through them, so they're not clogged. So you're reducing your amount of ink in your cartridges without even doing a print. So all of a sudden you go to do your prints and you go, "What do you mean I'm out of black ink, or I'm out of magenta ink, or whatever?" It's because haven't been using it, and the ink nozzles are trying to keep themselves clean, and they're just spurting out ink randomly and you're just throwing your money down the drain. That's the problem. I mean, I think if you did one print a week, you probably would be okay.
You need to do one a week.
Yeah, but if you don't do one a week, then you're pushing it. I think you're putting yourself in trouble.
Some of the new laser printers are very good, and you don't need special paper for them.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I've come close. Actually, one time I did buy a fairly expensive printer. I'm going back 20 years ago. And you know what? It didn't get used. I gave it away. But in my dreams, yeah, I mean, if I had one, the problem is I would just have I'd have cabinets full of prints that aren't hanging up anywhere. I'd be my own worst enemy. I would just have all these prints with nowhere for them to go. Especially now, some of these inkjet, some of these nozzles on these printers can have variable droplet sizes, to really get some fine detail on your images. Man, the technology is fantastic on some of these things, but you got to have an audience to sell stuff to.
I'll
Sorry,
censor
Greg.
myself most of all.
Greg, I tried to reply, but my iPad here is not responding at this moment. But indeed, yes, it's Moss Landing. That's one of my favorite places there in California. And it's not only for the whale watching, but also you have the sea otters. Okay.
Yeah, there were many years ago. I had to go to San Francisco for some training, and I was surprised how many seals were on the docks along the water in San Francisco. I mean, seals were everywhere.
Yeah.
Since people stopped killing them, they've been making a comeback.
Yeah.
A lot of sea lions there. Hey. So he's getting some northern lights.
Yep.
Very good. Now I focus, Tim.
Yep. So David's having a good night.
Exactly.
Problem with pictures, they fade.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They fade. Could be reprinted.
The ones that were good, Roy, that I still work from, that I still have, so those that I printed from sliding Cibachrome. Cibachrome lasts a long time. They don't do it anymore.
8x10 Polaroids that seem to go on forever. Which surprised me. Considering they're such crap.
I think this is an old colorized picture of my dad when he was in the Navy. That's pretty cool.
Is it colored black and white or is it colorized?
I think it's colorized.
Yeah. If you start with a black and white film, they last forever.
Yeah, it's colorized, but this would have been back in probably 1942-ish time frame. Still looks pretty good. But yeah.
That was taken in a studio, or did it say sometimes they?
It doesn't have. It does not have any name on it. Doesn't have any name on it at all. So I don't know who did it. Well, I got a lot of black and white pictures that my dad took at Pearl Harbor. In the 40s, and really he had pictures on Waikiki Beach, and there was like maybe one hotel. There was like nothing there at all at that time frame, and then it got built up, of course, into a tourist trap later on. But when he was there, I mean, there was hardly, there wasn't much. There weren't many places where people would stay. But all the black and white shots still look really, really good, and they're old, like God, probably 3.5 by 5s or 4 by 6s, maybe. They're small prints. Small prints.
He's gone. He's escaped us. Now we can look at all his cameras.
Back, sorry. I'm back. But no, the only, I think the only lens that I have my eye on down the road still, and I talk about it all the time, is I do want to get that 20 millimeter 1.8.
Good lens.
Because I got a lot of lenses. I mean, I've got the old F mount 24 to 70. I got the 24 to 120 Z mount. I got a lot of them that start with 24. So I want something a little bit wider.
Well, the 21-1/8, even in F mount, it was brilliant. Z mount is even better. It's probably if not the best, one of the very best Z mount lenses.
I'll tell you
Right,
though,
yes,
when you look at it on their website, it's a pretty long lens. Looks pretty big.
Not really. No bigger than any of the other Z mount lenses. The other thing is probably smaller than most of them. But then again, I've got the lot of 1.2s and that.
Yeah. Let me see how much they say it. How big they say it is. Nikon, are you on the list? Yeah, I've been on a list forever, Nikon. I've been on a list forever. Lenses. 21.8. Tech specs. So the 21.8 is
probably the weight would be the best thing to judge.
Let's see. Yeah. The weight is 17.9 ounces, or where you're from, 505 grams.
That's not bad weight. A little heavier than us average lens.
And it's diameter is 3.4 inches or 84.5 millimeters, and it's 4.3 inches or 108.5 millimeters long.
Last time I was with some astrophotographers, that's all they had. Was that lens.
Yeah, I mean, 4-point-something inches long isn't bad. It looks a lot bigger when you look at the picture, though, on their website. It looks huge.
I used to like the charts when the charts were to scale. When you look at the lenses, I don't do that anymore.
But I agree with you, Jeff. That's the only one that intrigued me as well. If I were to visit David in Canada, I would buy that lens before I travel to try to photograph with him.
I like ultra wide, so
yeah,
I like the 14 to 24, but that 20 is something special.
Yeah. My problem was that in the F mount, the 14 to 24 has a dome front element that was always a pain to work with. But so I still have the F mount 14 to 24, but for whatever reason, doesn't make sense. But I like the 20 millimeters.
Yeah, let me show that on the big screen.
This camera's not focusing. Why isn't it focusing? Doesn't love me anymore.
No, it doesn't love you at all.
Doesn't like me at all, does it?
No.
Focused before. This is the F1.
Yeah.
The new one's much smaller.
Tim, you got the new one, right?
The Ford, yeah, it's right here.
Oh,
okay.
That's a small one. The new one.
So that lens is recessed a little bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, have you gotten to use that much or not really?
I've used it a bit. Not as much as I'd like, but it's a fabulous lens. I use it for Astro.
Yeah.
That's also good for if you go to Joshua 3 or something like that. I mean, when you have foreground and nice background, that's a great lens. But for whatever reason, the 20 millimeters seem to be one that I gravitate. So even when I had the 14 to 24, then I look at my photos and 20 millimeters.
if you're shooting Astro, the 1.8 is much better lens to use
Exactly.
than 2.8. But if you've got a tracker, it's not as critical.
How much do those trackers cost?
I think this one's about 150 here, so it's probably $100 American. That's
think
only
I
a
got-
little one, though.
I got
You
the
got much
Move
bigger
Shoot
ones.
Move. I think it was 400.
Yeah. You can get bigger ones and little ones, and I don't use it enough to warrant a big one.
But those are the ones that you have to align it with a
Yeah.
Polaris.
It's a-
Yeah.
North Star,
Yeah.
Roughly.
Polaris, and then you work from there.
Where are we? That's this one. Still not focusing. I have to see what I've done. I didn't set up the camera properly this morning. Oh, wrong button.
There you go.
It just turns slowly as the clock turns.
Yeah.
That's all it does.
So the other ones, do some of them you have to like hook up to a program on your computer on a laptop?
Oh, they're the expensive ones. They're the auto tracking ones. They're the ones I use on telescopes.
Yeah, because that one you can program. Okay, now that you have it aligned, then you can say go and see
You just point
Andromeda. It goes there, right?
You point the lens, I think 15 degrees up and 11 degrees off south for me, north for you, and then it goes for itself. It doesn't have to be dead accurate, but the wider the lens, the more accurate it has to be.
Oh wow!
So what's up?
I'm glad I'm not the only one having troubles.
Yeah.
Now it's focused. Tim. So put
Yeah.
the front.
That's the.
Okay.
There we go.
That's
Upside
actually
down.
upside down. But yeah, that's.
They're a simple device. I just turn at the same rate as a clock to keep up with the Earth.
Okay.
Don't
Yeah.
tell the flat
It's just
Earthers
got that
that. Right?
slider that spins slowly on the top.
And that goes in between your camera
And the
L
tripod.
plate and the
Yep.
tripod.
Yep.
And you aim it up at the right angle and direction and let it go.
Yeah, there's a lot of accessories that I have for it. Laser pointer to align it. And
Okay.
Your one's much nicer than my one. I'm stingy.
I got you beat on one thing.
Yeah, one thing. The thing is, Tim, you got probably 20 or 30 things, and Roy can add a couple zeros onto that.
Exactly.
I got more cameras than that. It's embarrassing sometimes.
So Tim, did you use that one in your trip to where you went to Death Valley?
You know what? I didn't use it. I didn't have a chance to use it. I had two cameras set up, and honestly, I didn't really need to use it. I was doing exposures under 30 seconds, so there was really no need to use it.
Okay.
And I was doing I did some star trails, and you don't obviously want to use it for those. So
Exactly.
and the Milky Way shots, I was doing under 30 seconds, and I was getting great photos. So there's really no need to use it.
I think it's more important to get a dark sky than anything else. Good.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, Greg, go Navy. Yeah, go Navy. Yeah, both my dad and his brother, and I'm not sure. I have pictures of his brother in the Navy, but my dad was on a attack transport vessel in the Navy that was, I think, primarily. They ended up, that ship, from what I could find out. I tell you, you try to get information from the Navy, man, you don't get much information. But I tried to figure out where my dad was when he was in the service. You know, where the ship went when he was in the service, and during the war, it seemed like his vessel would show up just after a major attack event, where there would have been a lot of injured people. So I think his vessel got used to transport wounded soldiers back to Hawaii, or maybe even Guam or someplace for medical treatment. So because it seemed like when I looked, I'm like, oh gee, you know, like this was such and such was a big event in the Pacific, and his ship went there, but it was you know, shortly after the date of the fighting.
Sounds like a good thing.
It always seemed like they were probably, you know, either bringing munitions and combination of delivering munitions and bringing injured troops back for medical care is the best that I could guess with what he did.
You wouldn't think that it's difficult for the record to be open, correct? That somebody like you can connect and find out where was the deployment of ship X or Y.
They don't. Well, what I found was a printed document,
okay,
in that he had in the house that showed where the ship went.
Okay,
and then I found like the thank you letter for serving, you know, from the President of the United States, you know, at that time and stuff like that. And but the Navy only keeps track of the details of the officers.
Okay.
The higher level people. They don't really keep track of, you know, just the guy, as they say, swabbing the decks, or like my dad was. My dad was a fireman on the ship, so he was in the lower decks of the ship. I think they put him above deck, and they realized that he's pretty much blind if he didn't have glasses on, so he ended up below deck.
But the whereabouts of the ship, is in the public domain or not?
I did not find it. I found very limited information. I found some information, but it was difficult. I'm kind of surprised. But anyway, you know, I mean, it was like he never talked about it. I mean, most people from that generation saw really horrific things, and very few talked about it. So my dad, other than maybe talking about someone that he was friends with when he was in the service, or that he had, you know, had fun with when he was in the service, he never actually talked about any of the
ugly side.
Yeah, he didn't talk about the other side of it. You know, he never talked about it, and I didn't push him. He didn't want to talk about it. His brother never did either, for that matter. His brother, like I said, I'm not sure what vessel his brother was on. I probably have his paperwork in the house somewhere too.
But it was all in the Pacific.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, but yeah, you know, it was kind of weird. He was in Hawaii when the Japanese surrendered. He was not in Pearl Harbor when Pearl Harbor got hit. He was there after it got hit. Okay. He was there when the Japanese surrendered, and
but he wasn't listed before the American entered the war.
He was in it in 1942, and I think the war, if I remember right, ended in 1945. I think.
Yeah, but it started on December of 1941, correct?
Yeah, he was not there at the beginning.
Okay, but he wasn't. He was already in the Navy or not enlisted?
No, he was not in the Navy and sent out there until 1942 sometime.
Did he enlist or was he drafted?
No, he well, back then you didn't have a choice. You were drafted. He didn't want to go, believe me. But he did. He did what he had to do. But yeah, it's just difficult to imagine what what those guys went through.
Sure.
I mean, I met people that were in the Vietnam War in my first job, and I'd say 95% of them would not say one word about it. And then you'd have that one guy who did some very brave act and had no problem talking about the most disturbing things, and it didn't bother him at all. But I only met one person that was like that he got accommodation for a hand grenade got thrown into where him and a bunch of guys were, and he grabbed the hand grenade and threw it back and saved everybody before it blew up. But other than that, he was the only one I ever met that would talk about war.
I'm sure
last week.
I'm sure that Jeff, because we are the same generation, although born in the different country, right? That when you were a kid, the most, even in Venezuela, the most common type of game was to play Americans and Germans, correct? So we play in Venezuela, as a kid, being the American or the Germans. I think it was all that influenced by what sometimes I don't know the name of the series in English, correct? It's Comeback. ¿Cómo se llama? Sergeant. You probably remember that, right?
I remember it.
Yeah, but sometimes the names change, correct?
Yeah.
It was. It's like which talking about. See, now we have dwindling audience. We can talk about the silly stuff.
Yeah, we're nearing the end. We're nearing the end here, anyway.
Exactly. So one of my favorite programs when I was a kid, it was called. I'm going to tell you in Spanish first, because it's not a direct translation. El investigador submarino. Correct. Later I learned, correct, that it was in English. The series was called Sequest, correct? And you probably remember. So my hero was Mike Nelson.
I'm glad you didn't say everything's based on McHale's Navy.
Exactly. But I'm sure that your diving tendencies started also with Mr. Mike Nelson, Sequest.
Well, I was a big Jacques Cousteau fan.
Yeah, so do I. But
and I've got a handful of the books, and I watched every episode on TV.
Yeah,
and it and like I really enjoy the images that Scubarazzi sends in at the photo review to bring back memories of things that I may have seen when I was very active in diving, which obviously now I'm, for all intents and purposes, if I don't go on some kind of a trip where diving is included in the trip, then I don't typically do it. But
I think we will get some from him. But the issue here, that one of the chief meteorologists in the ABC channel here, called Mike Nelson. So every time that he show up, Mike Nelson, it comes to me, hey, it's Lloyd Bridges showing up in the screen there.
Yeah, Greg says, I hear the voice of Ernest Borgnine, yeah, from like McHale's Navy. And I'm trying to think of his name now. He was Tim Conway was in that show too.
He's very funny.
Tim Conway was always a riot, especially on Carol Burnett.
All dead now.
So what is the name of that program? I also like that the one that they were prisoners of war. And
Hogan's Heroes.
exactly,
Hogan's
I
Heroes.
love that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was a good show.
Yeah.
Starting to
Sergeant
look old,
Schultz.
aren't we?
Yeah, they have some channels on, if you have just a regular high definition antenna and you pick up more of the local channels, they actually have channels that cater to just showing all the old TV shows from that time frame, and I could sit there and watch those old shows forever, and they never get old. Well, they're old, but I mean, you can still enjoy them, that's when you could tell a joke or be funny without cursing,
Unfortunately, at that time in Venezuela, they started doing the dubbing, which as a kid I hated it because
Yeah.
imagine this, Jeff and Tim and Roy, when Saturday morning in most countries, and I know now in the United States and in England is it was cartoon time, correct? So
Yeah.
the beginning, the cartoons in Venezuela, they didn't dub it, so it was all in English, right? And I remember when they started dubbing it, I hated it, although I didn't understand it. But you knew there was something wrong with it.
Yeah.
But the dubbing now drives me crazy.
So we're down to 15 people. We're gonna go till 2:00 as we have been routinely, and we will quit. Does anybody have any photography related issues or subjects to bring up? Didn't see any recommendations didn't really see any recommendations. I'm looking back here in the chat of anybody having any. Okay, I got one that says talk about projects. Okay, is anybody working on a project right now?
I'm going to try and remember to set up my camera before I plug it in next time.
I guess I'm kind of working on one.
I've had a project for a few years too. I just remembered one. I was going to take the same picture in the same place each year but I was going to always put it off. And I shouldn't have.
Well, I did a video. One of my last videos I did was about the fish kill at the park.
Yep.
And when I went Friday, the morning started. I got there just before sunrise. Sunrise was like at 7:02 a.m. I got there about 6:45 a.m. And there were just hundreds and hundreds of birds. I mean, everything: tricolored herons, snowy egrets, great egrets, great blue herons, quite a few wood storks. So in this one corner, the wood storks were having a heyday, and it turned out to be rather disgusting. I have to decide how much of this footage and or imagery I want to share in a future video, but they were basically feeding on the decomposed or partially decomposed bodies of all the fish that died since the last time I went from the fish kill. And they would pick the fish up out of the water, or put their bills under the water, come up with a fish, and basically it looked like the fish was made out of Jello because it just disintegrated. It was just disintegrating while they're eating it. I don't know how they could eat it. The other birds would not touch it, would not eat it at all. Only the wood storks would eat it. And then I saw some fish floating on a few fish. I'm talking like 2, 3, or 4 in different areas along the shore. But then I decided to go on what was the original road into the park that we call the straight road. And that's where the opposite end of that pond that I talk about ends, abuts the land. abuts that road, that other road, and on the other side of the road is a freshwater pond called Mallard Pond, whereas the brackish pond is called Mullet Pond. So Mallard Pond is fresh, Mullet Pond is brackish. But anyway, as I'm walking up the road, I get to within, say, 30 feet of where the gators will typically cross from the freshwater side into the brackish water side. And I start, lifting my nose up, and I'm like, oh, there's a bunch of dead fish up ahead.
Wow.
I got pictures of hundreds of dead fish that have all collected at the opposite end of that pond. And so now I'm trying to decide. I'm having trouble trying to decide if I want to try to contact a news organization and show them some of these images and some of the video I took to kind of put pressure on the park to change their approach, because this is 2 years in a row where we've had massive fish kills due to their protocol. I'll leave it at that. I'll word it kindly and say due to their protocol. And it could have been prevented, or at a minimum, it could have been diminished drastically, if not totally eliminated, if they took a different approach. So I'm trying to decide whether I want to be the one that is going to be the catalyst, maybe, to bring this to the attention of the local news media and try to get a pressure campaign going, or not. It's a hard decision to make. I know I want to do it. At one side of my brain wants to do it, and the other side of me saying it isn't going to matter, because letters have been written and people don't write back, and they obviously are doing whatever they want to do, whether good, bad, or indifferent. They're just going to do what they want to do. So I don't know at this point what I should do. But it's just but to see what was going on there in the early morning was literally made you sick to your stomach. It really did. It was just bad. It was just bad.
But the documented, Jeff. I mean, at least do the documentation portion, then you can decide whether you want to send it to somebody. Because I think keeping the pressure up is good. But by the way, that issue with the wood stork makes sense, because a lot of the storks, as you know, they also do a lot of carrion. Correct? They are in Africa and some part of Latin America. They they go with the vultures, the storks. Correct? So having the wood stork eating the dead fish, in preference, let's say, to egret, that makes sense. Correct? That they will be more.
The other birds won't touch them. Won't touch it.
At that point, they will be too far gone for the other birds.
Yeah, the wood storks have no problems, and the gators will eat them too.
Yeah, and Greg is asking you whether it was an algae bloom.
Well, to make a very long story short, they created a situation where from the months of November through about say March, they start lowering the water level drastically on the pond side artificially. They lower it to the point where you could have a small yellow legs in the middle of the pond, and their belly won't touch the water. That's how low they make the water level. So what ends up happening is you get algae blooms, you get duckweed, you get other types of grasses that are now exposed to direct sunlight, and they grow like crazy. And so then what happens is come August timeframe or say mid-August, they start raising the water level again. And then you don't see those grasses are still there. You just don't see them now because they're underwater. So you get a combination of now you have this year you had water temperatures in the ocean that were at, in some cases 95 degrees Fahrenheit in the ocean. So in a pond where you have no moving water, it was probably worse than that. So you had extreme heat, you had an extreme amount of plant growth that was there, and everybody says, well, plants generate oxygen. Well, yes and no. When it's cloudy or rainy, they do not. They'll actually consume more oxygen than they create. And then as that plant life decomposes and dies, and the bacteria, which consumes oxygen, will eat the plant life or the dying plant life. And so you got a combination of temperature and too many plants, and you end up with oxygen deprivation. So you end up with an oxygen level where it started in my first video where I'm showing large shrimp, not ones that are like this long. I'm talking ones that are like this, this big around, and they're like this big, and they're literally they're all floating to the top, because anything that lives at the bottom of what was that pond, that's where the oxygen goes away first, at the bottom. So all the bottom dwelling fish with shrimp and eels were being eaten, and they had no life to them at all. So that's what was in the first documentary piece that I did, was showing the result of the start of this fish kill. There were fish at the top of the water gasping for air. There were a few fish being pulled out of the water by birds, and when they got pulled out of the water, they weren't even moving. They were just stiff as they were dead. They were just straight. They weren't rotting yet, but they had no life. They had no life in them. So then I didn't go back for over a week because I had other things going on, and I went to a different area to do some macro shots, and I didn't get back until yesterday. And then yesterday I see all the fish, like I said, at the one end. I see the wood storks eating all the decomposed the fish that haven't floated to the top yet, and all they had to do, which they refused to do, because you have a marsh on one side and you got what turned into a man-made pond on the other side when you put the road in, was to open up the gate valves and let ocean water come in to the brackish side, because you got wave action. So you have water that has more oxygen in it. So they could have just exchanged water between the sides and saved all these fish, and they would not do it. And their logic was the
salinity.
We don't want to kill the brackish wildlife. Well, when I did research on what the brackish wildlife was made up of, the brackish wildlife, just say for argument's sake, was you have saltwater species that can live in brackish water. You do not have freshwater species that live in brackish water, at least not down here. So the pond can withstand the salinity levels of the marsh, because what lives in the pond is saltwater fish. So their argument does not hold up, and they refuse to put water in there. So they basically created the perfect storm to contribute greatly to the end result. And so I've got plenty of documentation on the end result, and I've written my letters, and others have as well, with no response from either the state park the head of the state parks in general and or the head of the specific state park being affected. So what else can you do other than elevate it to the news media? I don't know. I mean, that's like the next step, but that's.
And yeah, last year kill was more or less at the same time. Did you check the dates of your
Yeah.
photos? Okay.
Yeah, pretty much the same time. And you know what do they say? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over again, expecting to get a different result.
That's what Einstein said.
Right. So I don't know. It's just sad because if this was like something occurring in nature where there was no man-made element involved, then granted, if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. There's not much you could do about it. But when you when you have created a roadway and you've created a pond artificially that was part of the marsh and it's now a pond, then the responsibility to maintain that pond should be with the park.
And what happened? I mean, last year you did that YouTube episode there, but in prior years, like in 2021 and 2020, did they have different management?
It did not happen in prior years because they didn't lower the water level. The water level lowering has just been the last 2 years, this year and last year, and both years resulted in the fish kill. And the years prior to that, where they left the water level and did some exchange of water back and forth, there were no problems. So even last year, I kind of did I didn't label it a documentary, but I did a video about the events from last year. And I even wrote them a letter and I said, here's a company that makes aeration equipment specifically for ponds. I says, if you buy some of these aeration units and put them in the pond, you'll generate enough oxygen to keep the fish alive even during the hot times of the year, because it was more the lack of oxygen than the temperature of the water. But I gave them, I mean, I didn't just complain. I complained, but then I gave them a potential solution, and nothing. Nothing. So it's
bureaucrats.
And Jeff and Leslie commented to me privately, and then they said, they've seen the same. They have, they say you get these so-called experts that say, oh, do this, don't do that, and results.
Straight out of university.
Yeah, results turn out bad, and then then the park will just say, well, we consulted with the experts, and the experts told us to do this. Well, the experts are sometimes wrong. But when now you would think, okay, 2 years in a row, what's the commonality? You would like to think that if they had any common sense, it would never happen for a third year, because you have a pattern now, and you say,
no, the breath.
But I'm not counting on anything. It's just I encourage those in the chat and those and people in general to, if you live in areas with similar situations or similar areas of control where you rely on good decisions by managers to keep state parks or national parks healthy, and you see it going the wrong way, you can't be afraid to speak up. You have to be willing to point things out, and it may not make you popular, but we're the only ones that can possibly cause someone to change their mind, because it is.
Most of the parks around here are very natural and they're not interfered with, so they're doing well.
Well, yeah. If if you don't mess with nature, usually it works out pretty good. But anyway, we're gonna close shop here, guys, at 2:00. Once again, if there's, I want everyone in the chat. I'm going to put up my email. Anyone left in the chat, if you have any ideas for subjects, topics of discussion, then please send me an email at this address with your suggestions. Information from rumor sites and whatnot only provides a certain amount of discussion topics on the show. I prefer that we try to at least be 90% photocentric, and you're going to have 10% of offside discussions and funny discussions and stuff like that. But we want to make sure that we have enough material to engage those in the chat. But it's a two-way street. You got to let us know what you want us to, you might want us to demonstrate something. You might want us to show a particular gadget that we have that makes photography easier for us. And I encourage you, as a person in the chat, you have something that you've bought that makes your photography easier or better, then email me and become a guest on the panel and share that information with everybody else, because that's what this channel is all about. It's about info sharing, sharing our experiences, answering questions, talking a little bit about rumors, talking a little bit about new cameras. But we need to know what you want to see or what you may want to see improved on the channel. If I don't get any feedback from anyone and I don't get any emails, what we'll have to do is we may just shorten the show further. Maybe it'll be a 3-hour show instead of a 5-hour show, because I don't want to just do it for 5 hours just because I said let's do it for 5 hours. We got to have enough material to talk about on the show. Otherwise, we're going to have to cut it back. And that's about it. So please send me suggestions. Send me some emails. I don't bite. It doesn't cost you anything. It takes you a few minutes of your time. And we want to make this show, we want to keep this show healthy and growing and try to attract new viewers, especially younger people. We want to try to get younger people in here as well. And we want to have keep the community strong, so then when Chuck recovers well enough to come back,
good handover.
I can slide it back over to him, and he still has a good, solid core of an audience for when he comes back. I don't want to see things go downhill. I want to improve things and hand him something that's grown even better than it was, where he left off, and then be able to hand it over to him. So, but everybody has to participate in order for that to happen. And with that, I says I think we're gonna call it quits now. I'm gonna say my goodbyes to everybody that's left in the chat. I'll let my partners in crime say some final comments before we leave.
Bye.
Roy's done.
So long, guys.
So you were talking about upcoming projects, and I know we have 2 minutes left, but I did get my hummingbird feeder today. So I wanted to ask Gustavo, how long before the hummingbirds notice it and start to use it?
Oh, in your case, because they are visiting your other flowering plants, it should be only a few days.
Okay. And then how often do you change your sugar water? Every couple of days, every day?
No. Depending on the temperature, correct?
Okay.
So if it's hot, and the usage. So if it's hot, then maybe a week, every week.
Okay.
It's the thing is that it will ferment. So if you put it there and it's too much in the sun, when you try to change it, it will smell a little bit funky. Then you
Okay.
know you need to change it more frequently.
Okay.
So it should be okay. But don't use the commercial stuff. Just make your own mix, put it in the fridge, and then you can refill it. But don't put much because you may want to see how quickly it's consumed. Correct.
Okay.
But consistency is the important thing. You may have to keep it for put it for a systematically for a couple of months before they get habituated, right? And you need to catch the next week. But anyway, we can close here and talk a little bit more after we close. So
Okay.
Okay.
So
folks,
anyway,
we're going to say goodbye to everybody, and
Good
we're going
night.
to end the stream, and hopefully you come back next Saturday for more enlightening information and sidebar discussions that go nowhere.
exactly. And prepare your photo for October 4.
And yes, get your photos ready. Start sending them in, man.
Greg's got some stuff coming up. He's got said in the chat.
Yes.